All right, my apologies for being a few minutes meeting. We will begin the May 15th work session of the Williams County Board of Education. A couple of agenda changes just to point out before we get started. We've had a request to move policy 4.202 and policy 4.601 from the consent agenda. So we will move those down on the agenda in new business. They will become item E, new item E, and then the three items after that will be relettered to follow that. Is everybody good with that? All right. Any questions on the remainder of the consent agenda? Okay, then we will move right into the superintendent's report. Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, board members. Thank you for being here. Since we've last met, we've had a few celebrations. Those of you who came to the military, thank you, very much appreciated. We also had our arts event. Thank you all for being, those of you who came to that. That was important. I want to mention one short story related to the military event. I had a conversation with a Vietnam vet who was the grandfather of one of our students who had committed to the Army after the event. And he sent me a Folds of Honor t-shirt. And it prompted me to look that up. And Folds of Honor is a program where a group of veterans have set up a scholarship program for children of veterans. And it was just really good conversation I had with that Vietnam veteran. Just reminds me of the high quality of community members we have. And I know some of you guys had similar conversations with veterans, so I just want to reiterate the appreciation we have for our veterans here in our community. From a superintendent's report perspective, I do want to give you a little bit of information on where we are with the county commission in their budget process. I intend to save that for Rachel Farmer's update on the budget, her agenda item, but certainly if you guys have any questions before we hit that, I'll welcome that. Second, we are going to give you a presentation led by Brian King and some team members on one of our strategic plan objectives. The objective 9 of the environment for students, the learning environment, which is analyze and evaluate school start times to assess their impact on students and on the objectives of the strategic plan. And the third big chunk I'm going to give you tonight is a relatively short report on where we are with my annual goals that you all set for me about 6 months ago. Next month is our evaluation, and so my intent with that particular item is to give you some information and open the door for you to review it and ask me some questions over the course of the next few weeks as we prepare for my annual evaluation in June. Certainly open to any questions you all may have on any other topics related to that, but the big content item I want to share is our team's work on that. So Brian, I know you and if I'm not mistaken, yes. I'll let you sure. Introduce everybody, but I want to give you guys this preface to be thinking about when this presentation comes up. As you know, that objective I mentioned is one of our strategic plan objectives. This committee has analyzed and evaluated school start times to assess their impact on students and on the objectives of the strategic plan, but they have hit a point where if they go forward, it will start deeply involving our community. And so what we really want you to be thinking about is, given what you see, is this something that you're looking for us to pursue further? And I'm going to give you a little backdated timeline to be thinking about. November of each year is basically our deadline to make a decision if we are going to change start times for the following school year. So if you look at it from this year, we have to make a final decision. You all would have to make a decision in November. So this is going to give you some detail that many of you have never seen before. There are pieces of this that some of you board members who were here 6, 7, 8, maybe 10 years ago may have some recollection of. But that's the big question we're going to be asking of you over these next couple of months. Is this something you want us to pursue further? Because something like this has the potential to be that proverbial stone rolling down the hill and take on a life of its own. And so I want you to be thoughtful about that. I do want to give a special thank you to Jay Galbraith. He was involved in a good bit of the committee work. Jay, I want to tell you that our team who was on that committee individually and as a group spoke to me and specifically thanked you for the good questions that you had related to that. So it was very, very good conversations over these last few months related to this process. So with that, Mr. King, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Golden, and good evening, school board members. Before we get started, I do want to introduce the members of the committee who have worked really hard on this objective. It's been a lot of work. Allison Nunley, who is our planning and zoning manager, Laura LaChance, who is executive director for elementary, Heather Hayes, who is executive director of secondary, and Amy Maffey, who's director of student information systems. And some of those will be helping out with the presentation tonight. And I also want to say there's a lot of information in this, what you're going to get tonight. So what I'm asking, we have time at the end to answer all the questions that you have, but if we can wait till the end, I think it'll be smoother, and hopefully as we go through, we'll answer some of the questions that you might have. Sorry. Mr. Golden already went over the strategic plan objective, but I'll let you look at it. So the goal of this presentation is the first thing we'll do is we'll give you a little history of how we're at the start times we're at now. We'll give an update on what this committee has done so far, including the research. And then at the end, as Mr. Golden said, kind of our next steps if we decide, if you as a board decide to move forward. So let's go to the history. In 2016, 2017, the previous superintendent put together a committee to look at the potential of flipping start times. And so I want to explain what that means when we say flipping start times. It's taking the same format that we have now and just flipping it. So elementary, instead of going last, would go first, and then middle, and then secondary would go second. And we'll get into kind of the reasons why that they looked at that. This is actually a slide, the bullet points from one of the presentations that was done back in 2016, 17, and you'll see as we go through our analysis that a lot of the considerations or obstacles are the same that they were back then in 2016, 2017. So after community meetings, input, surveys, in 2016, 2017, it was decided not to flip start times. Instead, the decision was made that the secondary schools would not start before 7:40 a.m. And I'm going to show you the times here in just a minute. And a lot of that, like I say, was based on surveys, community input from students, parents, and community, that the decision was made to push it back. And so what we have now, you'll see the start times before 2016-17, where high schools started between, the high school and middle schools started between 7:20 and 7:30, and they got pushed to 7:40 and 7:50. The only difference now is between that time, we have made adjustments to elementary schools when we implemented early release Wednesday, so that has adjusted their time a little bit to what is current, as you see there. So now let's go to what this committee has done, and this is kind of what we're going to go through. We're going to go through the research, which Amy's going to speak to next, the input that we've gathered, which Heather will speak to. I'm going to speak to the operations, mainly transportation facilities as it relates to extracurricular, and then we'll talk about what this objective does in relation to other items in the strategic plan.
Thank you. One of the things we did was look at, I'm Amy Maffei, hi. One of the things we did was look at the science of adolescent sleep, which is different from young children's sleep patterns, so that you can see some citations here, but even if we tell them to go to bed early, the teen body isn't as ready to fall asleep, and that does not mean they need less sleep. So when we have to get them early and they miss out on that sleep, what they're missing is the REM sleep, which is really when memory processing and consolidation happen. And I'll let you go ahead and read through that for a minute. We have several researched articles that we have linked there, and I'm going to point out a few of the outcomes from some of the studies of students who went through a start time flip in their school district. You can hit the next slide, Brian. Thank you.
And by the way, Amy mentioned that she has some links. This is going to be posted on the website for you all, and you'll be able to click that active link and look through those if you'd like.
Mm-hmm. So I'll show you some outcomes of studies. Of course, these are one sample, one snapshot in time. We're not generalizing to all WCS students, but some good overview, I think. Brian, if you'll flip to, here we go. These are topics that really the studies all had categories that fell into these topics. And one area I want to be sure to point out and touch on is extracurriculars. This overlaps one of the other parts of our strategic plan, which is one of the topics we'll cover later. But one study of 28,000 students who had their start times flipped, meaning elementary went earlier, secondary went later, saw elementary students before school activities decrease, which makes sense. They're in school earlier. There was no significant change for elementary after-school activities, and extracurriculars for secondary had a slight decrease. Another bullet point on there that's notable is sleep duration. So there were multiple studies, and the results were pretty clear that while secondary students went to bed a little later, they got up much later, which led to an overall significant increase in the weekday sleep duration for secondary students. Elementary students, on the other hand, their sleep decreased by about 4 to 11 minutes per weeknight. And then looking at the other areas, there were some positive results for secondary in sleepiness, attendance, depression, teen motor vehicle crashes. The elementary results were mixed, but primarily negative for behavior, slightly negative for attendance. And then academics, including test scores, retention rate, graduation rate, they were really mixed and really not significant in outcomes either way related to start times.
So next we looked at, just in the process of analyzing and evaluating the start times, we gathered input from administrators and directors around the district. So listed on the slide are just some overarching themes that developed from those grade bands, but in general, the secondary feedback is that there are more obstacles to overcome than benefits, with specific concerns regarding athletics and extracurricular activities. And the overarching theme for elementary school is that there are more benefits than obstacles for flipping, because the specific emphasis is that elementary age students are more focused, alert, and ready to learn in the mornings. So that was the feedback from both secondary and elementary administrators, as well as some of the directors around the district. The next thing that we did was we talked to the Superintendent Advisory Council just to get some initial thoughts from those kiddos.
And Dr. Hayes, if I may, I don't know that we've probably mentioned this once or twice, but I have a superintendent's advisory council, which is high school students. We have 3 high school students from every high school who advise me, and we bring up issues, and this is one of the topics we mentioned to them. I think we have about 30, and we meet quarterly.
Yes.
So just so you guys know what that advisory committee is.
Yeah. They give us excellent feedback anytime we need it. We're really proud of them. But for this, just some highlights here. These are the pros that initially, when we asked them, what would you think would be the benefits of reversing the school times or flipping the start times? And these are the things that they shared. One thing that I think is important for you all to note is for the morning extracurricular opportunities, morning workouts for athletics and club meetings, it is something that you all would need to consider if in fact you do decide to flip the start times, because ultimately we would be saying it's important for kids to get more sleep, but then we would be giving them opportunities to do extracurricular activities in the morning. So it is something that you guys would need to think about. These are the cons. The next is going to be the cons that you'll see. You can see that this is similar to the feedback. There are trends from the students that participated in this advisory committee and gave us feedback. There are trends from administrator and fine arts that are similar in both the pros and cons here as well. Some highlights here are, kids are thinking about the time that they have to do things after school. Some of them, you have to remember though, some of those kiddos on that committee, they're very high achieving students as well, and they're concerned about their ability to do homework and to end their competitive sports or athletic events after school in a reasonable amount of time. The next thing that we looked at was we did a consultation. Really, we met with the Cherry Creek School District, which is an affluent, their area is in an affluent suburb in Denver, Colorado. They're pretty similar in size to Williamson County, and they actually initiated a flipped start time back in 2017 when Williamson County was looking at it in the first go-round. The overarching takeaways from from these conversations were, actually, it was really helpful for us because the things that we see that came from that, their overarching trends or kind of guidance to us, is very similar to what we've looked at. So they just talked to us about the importance of, if you would like for us to move forward, the importance of including as many people as possible to make sure we educate them. But what was most interesting is that their largest barriers are exactly what our largest barriers would be as well.
So next, we're going to talk about operations. I feel bad, I forgot to mention, when we were talking about the history, there was a survey put out, and one of the questions actually was, select your level of satisfaction with current start times, and there were 17,000 responses from parents and students and staff, and 67% were satisfied. 25% were dissatisfied, and 8% were indifferent. But that was in 2016. So, yes.
That was the only question.
Yes, it was a question. That's correct. Dan liked that. So, yeah. You just ask and answer it. Yes, I agree.
We will let Mr. King finish the presentation.
So next, we looked at transportation, and Allison reached out to TransFinder, who is a software company that does our routing. We had them do some analysis on possibly flipping start times and also looking at 3-tiered start times to see if that could help with our number of routes. We looked at that 2 different ways, with splitting elementary into 2 start times, or doing a true 3-tiered with elementary going first, middle second, and high last. And the results was basically both of those scenarios would add routes, which would be a cost and drivers, and we know how difficult that is right now. But if we kept the current format and just flipped with the same format, we would have to do a little adjusting on the front end. So as Laura LaChance, who was on our committee, she likes to call it a flip and slide, but we could do that without adding routes. facilities, I'm not going to read through this, and again, there'll be a link to our inventory, but I do want to highlight that after we got feedback from administrators and athletic directors, that the consensus was that if we were going to do this, we would need to add, at a minimum, lights to our middle school ball fields. And Eric Gardner, I had him give me an estimate. This is not a quote. This is an estimate as of today. Just that alone would be around $4.6 million just to light our middle school fields. It's possible that we would find out we would need to light our practice fields at the high schools, because if you've known, since 2016-17, this past year, we've added 2 TSSAA sports. We've added lacrosse and we've added flag football, which take up practice time and practice space. So that could be another financial impact. This right here, the civil twilight ranges, the reason this is important, and we're not going to go through all the time, this just shows basically when it's dark in our area in the mornings and afternoon. The key takeaway from here is there are days in 8 months of the year, not the entire month, but days in 8 months of the year where elementary students would be waiting on the bus in the dark. And this also, if you look at the afternoon, this kind of confirms that we would need to put lights in our middle school facilities. And finally, this is the impact on other strategic plan objectives. It's in line with C32, which deals with facilities and assessment of those facilities and upgrades. It's in line with C4 if you look at it from the sleep standard, and studies show that the more sleep students get at that age, it helps mental health and emotional well-being. But there's also studies that show extracurricular activities help mental and emotional needs of students, and this could potentially lower that. And then it's also, so it's in conflict with, could be in conflict with C12, which deals with participation in extracurricular activities. So as Mr. Golden mentioned earlier, these are kind of our next steps. What we would need to do if you decide to move forward. We're going to have to meet with the community, parents, set up meetings, educational meetings as to why we would want to do this. We would have to finalize the bus routing through TransFinder, possibly make adjustments on middle school and high school athletics. There's a lot to do if we want to do this. And so, as Mr. Golden said earlier, just to do the routing piece of it, we would need to know by November of the previous year, and just for the routing piece. The next slides, and you'll get these, we're not going to go through this. This is a lot more detail of the next steps. All right, Mr. Cash, what are your questions? No, seriously, any questions? And look, this was a lot. So if you look at this, review this in the next week or two, and you think of questions, call, email, because I know we just dumped a lot of information on you in one sitting. So If you can't think of anything now and it hits you later, feel free to reach out.
So let me say one thing to frame this before because I think there's going to be a lot of questions. Jason and I talked earlier about the timeline. He mentioned November. You've also mentioned November as when the decision would need to be made. And if we walk back from that, just thinking ahead, we've got, after tonight, we have 4 work sessions, if my math is right, between now and November. I had suggested to Jason that provided there's enough interest in this, and I think there is, to at least continue the conversation and decide what further input we need to get from parents and so forth, that we would have some kind of update. It might be brief, it might not be brief, at every one of those work sessions coming up, just so we know we can expect and count on continuity. We know we're going to have an opportunity to ask more questions, and when we read things and study things in the interim, we're going to have an opportunity to engage Jason and his team on this, and Mr. King and his team. So just setting that as a framework from a calendar perspective, just so we all know if we're serious about this and want to pursue it, we've got 4 opportunities before we would ever have to vote on whether to do one of these options or not. So just wanted to frame that up as we don't have to solve all of this tonight. If you got questions, obviously ask the questions, but the intent is for there to be further opportunity for us to flesh this out. And certainly if it's the will of the board to get to do a parent survey, a more complete parent survey, then we need to start preparing the staff to get that created, so because I think that needs to happen sooner rather than later. Okay, I saw Dennis, and who else?
Yeah,
Go ahead first.
Congress is considering ending daylight savings time for the entire nation. When we do our time daylight calculations, you might want to keep that in mind.
Yes, we actually discussed that.
And you can see some of those months are standard time that does affect so it would depend yep, that's exactly right. So it would depend on where they landed.
I have a question about Cherry Creek. When they flipped back in 2017, so it's been 8 years, did they feel like it was a good change for the kids? Did they opt to have extracurriculars in the morning or workouts in the morning? And I guess I'd like some more details around all of that.
They chose not to opt in for anything available in the mornings for students. They said if we're going to go with the research, then that's what we're going to do. The difference, I could speak to the athletic piece of it, is they do not have the same level of competition at their middle school level specifically as we do here. So we, as you know, we have state champions in our TMSAA, which we'll give a little shout out. We've got that going on today right now, actually. But they don't have, it's not apples to apples. So ultimately, they were pleased with the change, but they were able to do different start times too, which was a cost implication. I'd have to go back. I believe they have 3 start times in Cherry Creek. I'll have to go back and confirm because we've done a lot of research on that. But I believe they have 3 start times there.
Did any other? I mean, did one of our what is it? The mental health, the bullying, the emotional well-being of kids, was there any data around that, or testing outcomes?
Is your question about Cherry Creek or research
still.
we found in general?
Yes,
Okay.
still about Cherry Creek.
So I'm sorry, will you repeat the topics you were asking about again?
I just wanted to know more specifics about, like, some of the reasons why you would want to do this for improving student outcomes, whether it be academically or their...
They didn't see significant academic outcomes, similar to what the research is. They didn't see that. They did talk to us about how they did some post surveys, and if that's something of interest, then we can look at doing a presentation for you all, including that in one of the future presentations. They did do some post surveys. They did see that kids were more alert in the mornings. They felt better about their participation in class earlier in the mornings. When I say earlier, I mean earlier for them, whatever their new start time was. They felt better about their participation.
What time were they starting? Was it 8, closer to 9 o'clock, 8:50?
They don't have consistent times similar to what we do in our district. I'd have to give you an outline of the difference of what the ranges are. But they did do the same thing. They flipped back. So roughly 8:30 to 9 o'clock would be the range.
And I would add, not to muddy the waters, but part of their transportation, what they did was they also went to a parent responsibility zone,
Yes.
which saved a bunch of routes, which helped them with this process.
I believe it was a 1.5 mile parent responsibility zone for the
And that's
elementary
a
school.
flat 1.5 mile. It didn't matter if there were side, it was a true parent responsibility zone. If you live within inside 1.5 miles, it was your responsibility. There was no bus transportation.
It was a 2 mile for the high school, 1.5 miles
Yeah.
for elementary school. And we actually did some research and looking to some other districts. I won't be able to speak to the specifics of the names for those off the top of my head, but there were some that where high school students didn't have transportation afforded to them at all.
And I believe, Heather, they only had like 2 sanctioned middle school sports.
Yeah,
It was
so
like track and I'm talking about outdoors, like track and, I forgot what the other one, but it was way different than what we do here.
yeah, the level of competition is starkly different.
If I may, just to give you all a reminder on our parameters here in Tennessee for transportation. Strictly speaking, Tennessee does not require school systems to provide transportation other than for students with disabilities. But if you do provide it, you have to provide it for any transportation outside 1.5 miles. We've actually taken some steps in certain areas to approach that, but we have still made sure that every student has the option of riding the bus if they live in the school zone. And I will tell you, I think that's important for us to make sure we do provide that.
Yeah, I have a question. If we were to move to a late start for the high school, how does that impact the sports, like going to different schools and things like that? And
Well, we know it would be a huge impact for for away games. It's going to affect practices when it gets dark. Like I say, a lot of our high schools have a practice field, but with no lights. So yes, whether JV, some districts move JV to the weekend because there's not enough time to play JV and varsity on districts that start later. So that would kind of be the next piece of figuring that out, especially because there is no budget right now to light middle schools or the practice fields. So there would be a lot of work to try to figure out how to make the athletics work in the high schools and middle schools.
And Brian and Heather as well, if I'm not mistaken, every once in a while, we will have a team who needs to leave before school lets out. Dr. Webb, I think about when Henry County was in our district, there were those occasional times. Realistically, if we do flip times, that will occur more often. Is that a safe?
Oh,
description?
absolutely, absolutely.
So how do you cover the educational time in that?
Yeah, so I know you guys have done some research on that because there are some districts in Tennessee who actually are on similar start times to what could happen. Can you all share how those school systems handle those athletics?
Well, the school districts that we looked at, again, it was kind of apples to oranges. They really don't have the athletics that we do. A lot of especially in middle school, they just don't have the sports that we do. We looked at several that had flipped.
I know you looked at Knox County.
Knox County, Rutherford County.
So they have to do a lot of different things. They have to get really flexible. So basically so in Knox County, they do not have baseball and softball teams affiliated with their school. They work solely with the recreational communities, community outreach for sports, and their kids just participate that way. They don't participate in school. When we talk to our friends at Rutherford, for example, they often have a difficult time completing games within the allocated amount of time. So what that could look like for us is that would mean potentially if we want to continue to have varsity and JV, especially at the middle school level, we might have to play at 2 different sites. We might have to have those JV teams play on the weekends, which then you get into searching for coaches and people who are available to then give that time on the weekends. So that's a little bit of what that would look like.
Eric, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. So Heather, did you say, I just want to make sure I heard, did you say academics was not impacted by the flip?
It's slight. It's a slight impact. That's what the research supports, is that it's a slight impact.
Slight impact, and then was it?
A slight positive impact, I should say.
Slight positive, and for all cohorts?
For all, oh, you mean elementary, middle, and high? Is that what you're
Yeah.
saying? Are you talking about the research or Cherry Creek?
The research on it.
Okay.
I can speak to that. It
Thank you.
varied. Like I said, either way, it was overall not strong universal impact. And I have a couple of examples, such as end of course results did not show a significant relationship except in small schools. Biology scores were higher. Those are the kinds of takeaways. Elementary later start time was actually associated with a higher retention rate, so that would be after a flip. Whereas later elementary start times were associated with higher retention rates, whereas earlier elementary student start times had poorer performance in schools who had fewer students that qualify for free or reduced lunch. So
Okay.
kind of a mixed result there.
Multiple variables.
Yeah. And
So-
so similar, just very mixed.
So speaking very broadly, and with the understanding, again, you're saying it's not extremely significant or large. Is it fair to say whoever sort of flipped to the earlier, that's where it tends to be a little bit more of the negative, and whoever's flipped to the later tends to be a little bit more positive for either start time? Or am I oversimplifying this and getting this wrong?
I don't know that I would generalize it to that extent.
Okay,
I think,
that's
I
fair.
think there was a slight positive for the secondary students who went later.
Okay.
The elementary school students who went earlier, it was definitely mixed results.
I got you.
I would say that.
Okay, thank you.
Jay, do you have a question?
I do. First of all, thank you I enjoyed talking with you guys for probably a couple hours. I don't know how long it was a long lunch. But just wanted to bring up a couple of things that I would like to see if the board agrees. But as we make this flip, I would like to understand your proposal on the early release, late start, because probably we would go away from the late start Mondays because we're going to have late start every day, and then presumably to an early release. And I know, kind of thrown out, if we moved it to, I've advocated for moving it to Friday as opposed to Wednesday, that would be a lot more advantageous for parents and students. So, and then with that early release schedule comes a lot more what I would call an assembly schedule, or a pep rally schedule, right? A shortened day. And in order to make the best use of that time, I would love to see the impact on the schedule, if there's any proposed changes to our school academic day. If you think that it would make sense, I'd love to look at the impact of kind of a rotating or block schedule, or something where we can, reduce the transitions, and especially for the secondary students to have maybe longer classes and switch fewer classes in a day. But just love to understand the research on those and how it would work, because one thing I don't want to do is I think assembly days are disruptive, and when you're used to going to, if if 20% of the Fridays or whatever early release day, you're going to a 25-minute class instead of a 40-minute class, and you can't take a test, and there's all kinds of things as opposed to the other options.
Thank you for that. I can speak to some of it now, and then other pieces will be some things we'll need to work on more long-term. So number one, to give you all, as board members, a little bit of background, 2 years ago, I think it's 2 years, now it may already be 3, we added a early release elementary schedule for a total, if I'm not mistaken, of 11 days over the course of the year. Those were strategically placed to be scheduled after appropriate times for CFAs so that teachers would have time very soon after a particular CFA to evaluate those results and make scheduling plans in case they needed to spiral back on particular standards. At CFA, sorry, thank you, I'm living by acronyms. Common formative assessments, those quick snapshots of test to identify whether students are mastering the content that they've just recently been given. So, and then teachers would evaluate that and then make adjustments to their pacing of their content to increase the number of students who master and the depth of that mastery. We did that strategically. You may recall, those of you who were on the board at that time, we actually asked to move the secondary late starts to that early release schedule. And the short answer is we ended up not doing that. The late start, from everything we've heard from our community, although when it first started there was frustration, people love it now. If I'm not mistaken, Dr. Webb, we have something like 27 late start Mondays over the course of the school year. We know that based on what I just described at the elementary level for those strategically placed times, we could get more bang for our buck with fewer of those periods placed at the right time for more minutes to help that work that the teachers do at the secondary level. We made that request. There was no appetite for that. If we do switch start times, we will ask for early release for everybody. We know, we've talked about that in depth. What we haven't talked about in depth is what particular day. We need to drill in a little bit to that. Your other question was impact on the schedule. I can speak generally to my long-term knowledge of some research, but it's been a few years. Generally speaking, what we've seen on block scheduling is it improves graduation rates, but does not have a positive impact on student outcomes, on results, other than graduation rates. And part of that is because of the schedule and when the state exams are set. So there's some complications related to that. We will need to do some work on that and analyze, is there something we could do on those particular early release days that might make sense. Dr. Webb, I don't know if you have any thoughts about that off the top of your head. I'll invite that.
Thank you, Mr. Golden. I do believe that we just need to continue to explore it. There's a lot of pros and cons. You know, Mr. Galbraith's explanation is one of the arguments for late start versus early release because of the bigger chunks of time. It is an impact on the day, and so we do have to be creative. Block scheduling is tricky when you do it one day a week and it stretches over 2 weeks. So if you block a Friday this week, you have to make up that time with a rotating class at another time. And so it does get tricky in the scheduling. It's something that is on our list to discuss after, we're a couple decisions away from that, of course, right? What are we going to do with school start times? Then what we do with early release, and then what's the most academically advantageous schedule to make sure we're getting the biggest bang for our buck in the instructional minutes.
So a couple things to work on.
Yeah, and the last thing was if regarding early morning practice, I mean, I know probably all the high schools are at least lifting weights in the mornings, you know, starting at pre-6 a.m. And so would they still go at 6? They'd still probably do it before school. It would save an hour of practice. Would other sports potentially come come and do before school maybe. And I know we talked, back when we talked about this before, there was some mention of whether we could potentially implement an athletic period we used to have one, back at Brentwood in the day.
The 80s.
And so, well, maybe.
90s.
Yeah,
Yeah.
90s. But the thought process is, in lieu of study hall during your sport, that might enable practices to start earlier and potentially leaving early you're not leaving early from class, but from that athletic period. So just some mitigating factors that are options to kind of address some of those potential negatives. But
That's right. Those are some options. We've had some discussions related to that, even related to particular sports schedules. For example, basketball and wrestling cover both semesters partially. Football, the actual season is one semester, but might be some weights issues in the second semester. Dr. Webb, it's just some things we know we need to work on.
I have one more question. How does it affect like the extracurricular clubs and theater? What time do kids get home? What times would you expect kids to get home from those kind of activities after school?
Brian, can you speak to that?
Sure. I mean, it would just be obviously later, but the research is those kids stay up later anyway at the high schools. So, but yes, they would be getting home later, and that is a concern. Yeah, that would be one of the concerns, for sure.
I'd like to go back to the traffic and transportation situation. You mentioned walkers
Yes.
up to a mile and a half. That's state law, isn't it?
That is the state law. The state law requires that if you live more than a mile and a half, if transportation is provided, they must get that service. We actually do more. We do provide it to anybody, even when we have created those parent zones, especially Mill Creek has been the most successful area. We have provided the service. We just reduced the number of bus stops to speed the routes a little bit. In that discussion, if you all look at local news, you will see that discussion pop up from time to time in many counties. And usually the discussion comes because of staffing struggles.
Okay, so was it talked about at all that the amount of people driving their elementary kids to school will probably double?
Yeah, can you all speak to that?
That's one of the issues that would kind of be in the next step. There also the issue of the high school students would be driving more during rush hour than they are now for student drivers, which is another, it's not anything that we can control. It would just be a result of that's what would happen if we flip start times.
So, I mean, there's a lot of, if we go through all these reports here, there's a lot of pros and cons.
Yes, sir.
So when are we going to have another meeting on this?
Well, a couple things. One, like I mentioned when we started, we want to get a feel from you about how much further we go. If you want us to continue to explore, we will. As Mr. Brown mentioned, we do intend to revisit this at the next board meeting, and to give you all time to process this. And in essence, there may not be a particular vote, I don't know, but in essence, do we want to go ahead and schedule that would start involving community members and get parent feedback and those kinds of things that we've discussed. So next public discussion will be at the next work session.
Okay, all right, I'll wait, thank you.
I think that's the question that we need to take up right now is there anyone who's opposed to the idea of us continuing the conversation to try to move the ball down the field on this? If there's not, then the plan would be that at every work session we would dedicate some time to have a different aspect of this discussion to get more information and get us closer to being able to make an informed decision.
So we're looking at, I guess, June is the next work section. We're off in July,
That's right.
correct? And so are we wanting to move forward with this in August? Is that the plan? Or
Well,
we're
the
talking about
the
20
thought would be, we would discuss it in June again. We'd then have another opportunity in August at the work session, and again in September at the work session. So 3 more work sessions and possibly 4. But what we've said is we need to vote on the calendar for 26, 27 in November. So working back from that, we've got multiple opportunities to discuss this. But I think we need to give them some concrete guidance on what do we want the next step to be? What additional information do we want? Rather than leaving it open-ended. And I think, for one thing, I think, speaking just for myself, I think a parent survey is really important. I mean, I think it's critical to this. So if there's agreement on some kind of survey, then I think we need to give direction that we'd like to see that be one of the next steps that happens in this process. Maybe ask them to put together a survey with a list of questions that we could see in advance before it goes out, and then when it goes out, we'll see the results and dedicate one of our work sessions to getting a briefing on the results of the survey.
Administratively, as we dig into the details, if we have questions or comments, how do you want us to submit them? Individually to Brian, or hold them until the next work session and dump them on you?
I will tell you, Brian, I'm going to speak for you just a little bit. We like getting them right now. So you answered it correct. Yeah. It's as soon as you have a thought, let us know. That will give our team time to process it.
I don't know about y'all, but starting the meeting about sleep, I'm already like hoping it's the end of the meeting. But can we get more information on the Cherry Creek? Do we have any data on that? Because I would love to see more about that school and
Sure.
and how long they've been doing it, and maybe just more concrete data on that. That would be great.
And I would like to add, and this is for me, nobody, I'm not speaking for anybody else on the committee. It does give me pause. This is a big deal, a huge deal. And it has impacts on families, it has impacts on our staff, on our athletics. It worries me to rush this. And that's one thing we did learn from Cherry Creek is, so it's not a matter of, not wanting to do the work. We'll do the work. But this is one of those things that scares me if we try to push it through too quick, because it's going to be tough no matter how much time we spend. But if we don't get it right as much as we can beforehand and think everything through, like I said, we don't even have the lights at the ball fields. We'll have to figure that. And so it concerns me, and again, I'm speaking for myself, to rush this. But I just wanted to get that out there.
And just remind me, when was the one question survey? What year was that? And
That was 2016. That was when
okay.
the start times were moved. The decision was made to move
Okay.
from 7:20 to 7:40, 7:50.
So I think that would be, I'm with Josh, I think that would be the immediate next step. I really want to understand from our community of families if this is something that they're really interested in, because I, quite frankly, can think of lots of other things that might have more impact on student wellness and mental health, like tech use and phones and recess than this, based on what we've heard about the data not producing strong academic changes one way or the other. So,
Dr. Reeves, to that point, we are taking bites out of a lot of different issues right now. And so this item notwithstanding, we definitely will need to prioritize.
Does anyone disagree with the next step, or one of the next steps being the formulation of a parent survey?
I don't disagree with it, but I think we got to think through it very meticulously, because in the past, we've done these things and we've asked the question, but we've not provided any context behind it. And so it's, you know, you ask parents, do you like A or B? And, you know, you get the answers back, but you don't say, here's the ramifications of A and B, and things like we don't have enough fields that are lit. And I don't know where I stand on this. Both, it's interesting. It seems like there's positives and negatives with it. So there's no agenda here trying to drive the choice one way or the other. But, you know, surveys are just not this magic bullet. This is what I do for a living. And professional researchers who do this for a living, who've done this for all their lives, that work for Fortune 500 companies, they struggle with these things, and we think we can just whip them together and get usable data back and analyze the insights, and it's not quite that simple. So I'm fine with it, but I think we haven't really asked the question of why are we doing a survey? What are we trying to get the answer on? Who are we using the data? Who's going to be analyzing the data? And I'll just give one example. Of a couple of years back, you know, when we had a calendar survey that went out, and it was, do you like option A or B? And it split the community, and everyone was upset, and it didn't give any context for it. And then it came back, and we didn't use either answer. People were kind of irked of, why did you bother asking us if you're not taking information? And it's like, well, because there was no context there.
Yeah, I mean, I think, just speaking for myself, I'd love to see the questions be not just this start time or that start time, but questions like, if you knew it was going to cost $5 million to put lights up, would that change your decision? If you knew that elementary school kids were going to have to get on the bus in the dark, would that change your decision?
What are the opportunity costs? Yeah.
I'll just piggyback off of what both of you guys said. That's kind of where I was at too. Just make sure that the survey talks about the pros and the cons, the expenses, you know, the little young kids being in the dark at the bus stop, how it's going to affect your family life, dinner times, doing any kind of extracurricular things in the evening as a family. There's multiple things. And then I do think we have a lot of stuff coming up this coming year with the recess and the technology things that it almost seems a little overwhelming, and because we want to do things right. So, yeah.
So I guess I don't know that we're ready for a survey, and I'm not sure, to Eric's point, I'm not sure that a survey is the best way to solicit feedback. I mean, we've done the community meetings and have, like, I think giving a presentation of not only this is kind of raising some of the questions that they have. I think on the other side of having some of the answers to these things would be a better time to go out and talk with the community about what it is and get the feedback that way. If you were going to do a survey, I would want to do it after everyone is educated on all the pros, because there's no way around it that there aren't going to be pros and cons, and then it's just a matter of getting a feel for what the appetite is for it. I suspect it's going to be fairly split, but I mean there's going to be some. I mean, we can probably predict how they're going to. We just don't know how split or which side. So what you run the risk of with the survey is when it is split and it's not very conclusive, but there is a majority versus it's like, do you take that as scientific and say, well, you know, people are against it, and I think that's where you want to get the feedback, but it's not a vote on whether or not to do it. It's just to be some more data for us to be able to make an informed decision.
Yeah, so just help me understand, and I probably should already know this. How did we get here? Is there a lot of parents that have grievances about time changes, and how did we end up with this on the agenda?
I can speak to that. the strategic plan has an item to analyze it. That strategic plan item was the result of multiple community meetings where at multiple meetings in different parts of the county, the request came in. So when the board voted to pass the strategic plan, they included that item. And it wasn't to change, it was to analyze. And if you would, Brian, flash to that first slide, the very first slide. So this work is a result of a schedule. I'm thinking we gave the board this schedule maybe 10 months ago or so. And I think if I'm not mistaken, we're actually running behind a month on the schedule we gave about when we were gonna present this. So that was a result of the plan. If I'm not mistaken, and those of you who were at the strategic plan meetings help me, it was mentioned at every single meeting, but sometimes they were the same people at some of those
Right,
community meetings.
exactly.
But to the point back in 2017-16, you know, it was a 2/3 split on that one question. And so it is obvious that there are folks who would be interested in this. Our neighbor to the north, Metro Nashville Public Schools, if I'm not mistaken, they have 3 start times. It's high schools start somewhere just a little bit after 7, then elementaries, and then middle. Our neighbor to the east, Rutherford County, has in essence a flip start time compared to us. So there is a lot of variation around, and I know folks talk to their friends and might say, okay, I've seen what they do, I might have a preference here or there. So short version, which I never give, is it's a result of the strategic plan.
So I agree with Eric 100%. I think he hit the nail on the head. We don't want to ask before we actually know what we're doing and knowing what we're agreeing on. And Jay alluded to it too. I think the parent survey should be after. You know, the last time we did that, we met at four schools, 4 locations, and invited everyone in and had pretty good results and explained everything. And it was after that that the survey went out. So I think we need to hold back on that and at least have one more meeting to where we can dig into this and feel more comfortable making a decision on it at that time.
So how does everyone feel about not moving forward with survey or community meetings until after the June meeting? Anyone feel strongly that we should get moving on something? Or at least having staff explore how and when we might do community meetings? I mean, is summer a factor in this as far as when you would do community meetings? Because if summer's a factor, then we're not going to be able to do any of those till August.
Summer is definitely a factor. I glanced over at Carol Birdsong because that's a mantra she shares with us about our community. Don't push anything through in the summer because folks aren't going to be engaged, and I'm going to paraphrase, and they'll come back surprised, some version of that. So yes, that is a factor.
I feel like there's no rush on it. Why are we rushing to get something pushed through if it's not a high priority?
Well, the only reason is because if we're going to make a change, we have to do it and we have to vote no later than November to do it in order to prepare for the next school year. So I'm just thinking about having enough time prior to November in order to make an informed decision.
But that would only be if we were going to do it the next school year.
Right, that's the assumption, is if it were for 26, 27, then that's the timeline.
And what we
Yes.
might decide is we need more time, and you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And that's what I'm saying.
Sure.
I don't want to rush it. There's nothing in the strategic plan that says we have to do it or we have to do it next year.
Right.
So if we feel like we need more time, more community meetings, I would feel better about it personally than rushing it.
We could always make a decision in November, and that decision could be that we we make it effective the next, I mean, in 18 months versus in 8 months. So, I mean, I'd
Yes,
rather get the process done. I think we've got plenty of time to go through and get the feedback, get the information. I'd rather not draw it out for another series of time with the open being, when do we want it to be effective, so.
So unless anyone objects to this, I think we plan on another discussion of this in the June work session with some more, maybe more concrete information, maybe information based on some of the questions that have been asked here, and then revisit it again at the August work session, since we're not meeting in July, right?
That's correct.
But that we might think about having, if there's a desire to do a community meeting or a series of those, we could consider doing those, starting those in August, if that's the will of the board, because then we'd at least start getting feedback on the merits of the plan or not. It's August, September, potentially.
I think that's a possibility.
Okay.
So for next month, Mr. Chair, we've got some of the questions that you've asked that you want a little bit more information on. Just as an example, some more information on Cherry Creek. I would also invite you all to, if any questions come up, like Dr. Driggers mentioned, ask those over the next couple of weeks so that we can do what we can to answer those. I will tell you this. This is a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but the committee started out with 50-page, 50-slide presentation, something along those lines.
Close.
And this was in the 20s, so they do have a lot more detail. And so we can provide that to you that might give you some prompts on some questions with some of that additional detail that we had. And so if you all are okay with that, we'll send that to you, and that'll give you some extra detail that might trigger some questions.
So, Mr. Brown, what I heard, one of the things I think this committee will do is get some more data on the Cherry Creek. I've heard that. And then any questions that come in between now and our next meeting, we'll try to address those as well. But if we're not going to go to the community, because that's kind of the big thing now, we're kind of at that stopping. So the next presentation probably won't be to this degree. We'll probably touch on a few things, and then if y'all have more questions, but we'll put, like I say, any feedback we get from y'all between now and June, we'll try to include that as well. We'll expand on the Cherry Creek research, and that's where we'll start, if everybody's good with that.
Can we possibly get a lot more data on student outcomes? I mean, because the way this is presented today, well, there was a slight increase in academics the first 2 hours for secondary school, and a slight decrease in elementary school. And it's going to create traffic, it's going to create this, it's going to create that. So based on what I saw, just reading over as quick as I could, I'd be a no vote on the whole thing. That's why I say wait and give it some time.
Dr. Maffei nodded her head when you were asking that question. Dr. Maffei?
Sure, thanks. I nodded to the part about student outcomes because from the studies that we found, and there's not an overwhelming amount of studies, but I had a lot more examples that I wanted to share. So I can do all that as far as academic outcomes. And again, traffic in our cities, we won't have the data yet, but I can definitely elaborate.
I got all the data on that, everywhere you go.
Right.
Right now, everywhere you go.
Exactly. But the studies I've got for you.
So we don't have to dig into that too deep.
Yeah, the north-south corridors, no matter where.
For the next meeting, would it be possible to get the presentation as part of the agenda so we can look over it and then use this time to ask questions?
Thank you. That's we'll definitely do that. This particular presentation had placeholders that included some verbal oral shares, but if I'm not mistaken, the other presentation had a lot that was self-explanatory, and at the least, it could trigger questions.
Yeah, and again, I was analyzing this whole thing, and I would say the same thing as Dan, is like, why are we doing this? Obviously, it's for, well, initially I thought it was for sleep and for better academic results. And all the other things are pros and cons of, yeah, on the outside of it. And so I would definitely like to see that as the core reason for doing it. And then look at the pros and cons if you know, if we don't see a good academic benefit, or the kids are still going to stay up late and just, you know, get up, you know, later, you know, that kind of a thing. So, yeah, that's where I'd like to dig into research and things like that.
The other half for me would be mental health. We have a real crisis with mental health among our students in general. So maybe if the academic improvement is marginal, but there would be significant improvement in mental health by giving them that extra 30 minutes of sleep. There seem to be a lot of studies on that, so I would look at academics and mental health.
Could we get more data on another thing? How many of the students take their phones to bed with them? And I'm not joking. So, all that's to be considered in this. It's huge. Thank you.
All right, we've got some good takeaways and things to follow up on for the next meeting. So thanks for all that feedback. You're still in your report.
Yes, sir, I'm still in my report. The next sub-item on my report is, I have a 3-page synopsis of my annual goals that we're posting, and I invite you to spend some time looking at it over the next couple of weeks. I'm going to give you some nutshells of each one. Tim, if you would scroll up to annual goal number 1, establish a district task force on student behavior and bullying, and you all may have some recollection of that. I want to let you know that task force has been established. Their first meeting is actually tomorrow. They're looking at preliminary data on this year, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, also we'll have some longitudinal data for that team to look at. And if you would, oh, you've got it well enough. So there's an attachment, a 1-page attachment to this with the action steps and some additional information related to what we've done so far related to that. And if you would, Tim, scroll down to page 4 of this. I just want you to have a glance at it. I don't want to take up the public meeting to go through this detail. Keep on going to the next page. And there it is. That's that particular document with steps taken to date. And if you scroll down just a little further, there's action steps related to that. And so I encourage you all to look through that. I will tell you, related to this first goal, if you would go back to page 1, this is a work in progress. We expect the work to be done in July with some potential recommendations for change. And I'll give you a couple of thoughts that are on my mind, kind of in the context of a doctor's differential diagnosis, more likely than not. What we're looking at, from my perspective, and Vicki, if you would add on too, we're going to look at what we've done this past year in standardizing discipline and setting those parameters that the previous board asked us to do, and analyze the impacts of that. What we've done is created a more standardized discipline for harassment and bullying behaviors district-wide, and we want to look at the impact. We do know that because there are multiple variables, we're not going to have a very clear line that because of this happened, but we're going to be looking at those things I mentioned in those bullet points. Review of whether there has been an improvement in recognizing bullying, and that includes the reports and then the relationship between the accusations and the conclusions of investigations related to bullying, and then the impact of the discipline guidelines. And I know Vicki and I have had this discussion, and Vicki's basically told me, look, you're not going to be able to say that a particular discipline impacted that statistically. There's just too many variables, but it's worth us looking at. One thought that I have in my mind is this question that we've talked about over the course of this year. are these guidelines looked at as a firm no matter what it has to be, or do we spend some time talking about it if an administrator wants to have a discussion about it? In other words, administrators not living alone, but having discussions with team members about that particular student. That's a big topic for us. Vicki, I want to invite you to speak to that as well.
I just have kind of like a little summary of it, which is, you know, pretty easy to figure. What we are really trying to address is, what do we need to do to prevent the behavior? What do we need to do to train our staff to recognize the behavior, and then how do they respond to it? So those are kind of the three elements that we've been working on for the past several years, and all of these are just parts to it. Then we try to collect the data all year long and look through it, and then at the end of the school year, we bump it up with some of the discipline and try to and see what kind of headway we're making, if there's any impacts that can be indicated.
And bullying is a very, very serious issue, not just here but everywhere. But we spend a lot of time talking about bullying behaviors. What we want to do with discipline is not treat it as punishment, but truly as discipline, to give an appropriate consequence to students and give them tools to make a better decision next time. I will tell you what I have experienced as a superintendent, and I am the ultimate decision maker on any discipline that exceeds 5 days. The law has given me that power to reduce, so I will have conversations from time to time with families. The vast majority of families and students, you know, take the discipline and move on, but I will have conversations. What I generally see is, and this is not every single time, but I often see parents whose children have received discipline say, this is a lot, and some version of that this, you know, I'll hear stories about, this is my child's first experience with discipline. So when somebody's appealing to me, inevitably it's, can you reduce this? On the other side of the equation, I often hear from families whose children have been the victim of bullying, it's not enough because I haven't been able to see what's happened to that child. And that's very difficult, because you all know we can't share personally identifiable information about one child. We can't share details about what that particular child's going through. And you all know also with students with disabilities, there are restrictions on what we can do. And so I feel the emotions of the parents who I talk with, because both of those issues are very real. And so part of what we're working through is finding ways to improve communication as well. So anyway, from a goal perspective, there's some detail of that with that task force. Second item on the annual goals is and that's number 2 there, Tim, if you would scroll up.
Can I ask a question
yes,
about
ma'am.
the district task force?
Yes, ma'am.
Like, who is on that?
Yeah, thank you. Vicki, can you speak to that?
The task force is comprised of teachers, administrators, other staff, parents. Help me, am I leaving any group out? We have students too.
Did we get representation from our community groups like One Wilco, Moms for Liberty, Iris, any others that wanted to be part of that?
We have a couple of representatives from parents that I believe may be affiliated with those groups, but that's something that certainly we could look at expanding to if that's what
is a
y'all
board
wanna
member
do.
part of
We
it?
were trying to honestly, we're trying to have a body that can look at it without becoming too large, so we didn't have a lot we had 2 or 3 representatives from each group.
We do not have a board member on that task force. Second item is a proposed pay increase within available funding. You all see the details of that. I presented to you in February a preliminary look at it, and we've made a few adjustments based on feedback we've received from you, and I have bullet points related to that. That item is actually on the board agenda tonight, and so I plan to share that detail with you when we hit the board agenda. But again, I have some written documentation related to that. You can see a couple of those bullets just at a glance. So with your permission, we'll hit that item when that hits the board agenda near the back end of that. Third item, third annual goal, identify opportunities to access alternative funding sources through collaborative efforts with PTO leadership. I want to mention a couple of bullet points related to this. We heard from our PTO leadership over the course of this time that they have a good handle on their work, and they are not interested in continuing a group that we've had with some leadership to look for local. The essence of what they've shared is we have really good fundraisers right now, and we want to protect that and keep that to ourselves. They've got corporate relationships that they want to maintain. And so from a PTO perspective, that's what I heard. I think the last meeting I had with the PTO leaders was, okay, nobody's told me they want to participate in this PTO Leadership Council that we spoke to you in months prior, and they all smiled, those PTO presidents, and I know many of you were there. But their experience as PTO leaders and in fundraisers is very different from athletics. And a few examples of that include the contract for apparel that we've done district-wide. Another example is the trend that we've seen towards getting, I know Jumbotron is a brand name, but the large video screens and those opportunities to sell, and you see some references to that, and you'll see some references to that in my document. So my plan is to offer something similar to the athletics leaders. I'll give you one other example, how they do fundraisers on campus. There's a variation between athletic boosters doing concession stands and receiving the money for them to plan versus school administration. So when we get our new presidents in place early this fall, my plan is to meet with athletic boosters, the presidents, and have a strategic discussion with them, because I think that group has the potential to hit potential corporate sponsors in a different way. And so there's some detail related to that. Third big piece, district-wide, I mentioned in that bullet point that the Education Foundation has been reinstated, and I want to specifically thank Matt McGallanese, who was the board chair of the old foundation, and Rick Wimberly helped him as well to get that entity reinstated. We have had some discussions with potential corporate sponsors in the context of the EIC and the Innovation Hub that's coming online from some corporations that say, we cannot donate to a government entity, but we can donate to a nonprofit. And so that's opened the door for us to do some exploration for some corporate donations. I have some detail on an attachment that gives you a view of where we are right now with corporate donations. The document I have, if you can, Tim or Nick, run to the page 5. Right now you're on page 2, 3. I have some information about where we are with district-wide corporate sponsorships. And this is not comprehensive because there are lots of little things that are here and there. We talk about what we're doing with the hub sponsorship, CT support, system-wide. Scroll down a little bit, and you can see some relationships that our folks have built with, for example, Atmos Energy, Walker Chevrolet, Gibson Gives, Gibson Guitars related to our arts programs, et cetera. And then finally, there's some detail related to an amazing environment that our students with disabilities have in our community with local businesses and local corporations. And scroll down a little bit. I'm not going to go through all that detail, but all those entities are spending time helping our students with disabilities, and we don't talk about it enough. So I have some of that, where we are and where we're headed related to alternate opportunities for funding. I do project that really we're just getting started in thoughtfully approaching this, and so I thank you all for the prompt for that. We're not a private school, and so what we have found is, generally speaking, it's going to be hard to get someone to just give an unrestricted gift without a plan. What we have found is that people will contribute to something that's as close to their heart. And so that's the target for where we are. A final piece related to that I failed to mention, but I did mention a month or two ago, that close to the heart piece, we have an opportunity with a local university to create a scholarship program for students, and we believe we've got a chance to get some donations that we have not tapped with that for scholarships for WCS students who intend to go into education. I think I mentioned that a month or two ago, but I want you to be aware of that. So from an overall perspective related to my annual goals, we've been working on it for 6 months. I think we got a lot more work to do. And I'm pleased that 2 of those 3 goals I think are more longer term than just annual for us. The setting the pay, we'll deal with that through the budget process. It does have a long-term impact because once we get those, we're committed. But the other 2, I think, have the potential for us to move the needle. And I want you all to know that I'm not going to put those 2 especially aside with this report for a couple of big reasons. 1, I'm not done, and 2, we've got the potential for it to help us have a better environment for our community. With that, Mr. Chair, that's the main content of my report. Again, I encourage you to read this and feel free to call me with any questions you may have. A couple of relatively small time consumers. We are a week from school releasing. We actually have 4.5 student days after today, because next Thursday is a half day. I know many of you all have committed to attend the graduation ceremonies. If I'm not mistaken, one of you had said, ooh, I may need to make a schedule adjustment. If I'm not mistaken, Dr. Webb, the commencement ceremony, I'm having a mental block. Thank you, programs have been published, but is it safe to say if you need a change in schedule, come on?
Thank you for that, Mr. Golden. We do often print the outside of the program and the agenda, the inside, within a week of graduation, but we want to go ahead and welcome you. If you have not been able to RSVP, you may not be in the program at this point, but we do want to invite you to have a seat on the graduation stage and celebrate the wonderful things that our students continue to do every single year at that commencement ceremony.
And one neat thing that I saw a week or 2 ago, an assistant principal sent an email out to the board members who had a piece of their school district, their school zone. And we basically replied, board members committed to attend your graduation, but every other board member in your area is committed to attending another graduation that same night. So thank you guys for that. I think it'll do your heart good. Some of them can be long, but I will say some of the principals compete on speed at some of those larger schools.
Okay.
Dr. Webb, anything else you want to share related to that? Yes,
I had a
ma'am.
quick question back to the superintendent goals.
Yes, ma'am.
The first goal about the bullying, I know
Yes.
we've gotten some emails, and
Yep.
you're correct, it's a very heartfelt situation on all sides. And when you have the 3 bullet points, the
Yes.
longitudinal data, will we get any more specific as board members? Because I appreciate that you're collecting all this, but will we be able to see kind of how that's shaped?
Yes.
Thank you.
And if I'm not mistaken, the last few years, we've given that to you sometime in June or July when it finalizes. I'm sorry, it's a little later? August? Yes, we will give you that data. We won't have finalized data before the evaluation. We'll talk about what we can give you, the preliminary data, because I know that committee or that task force will be looking at it. I'll make sure we share what they look at with you.
That would be great, because that is one of the hardest parts, I think, in
Yeah.
education is dealing with that and
Yeah.
managing that, and so that would be really helpful. Thank
Yeah.
you.
I was wondering if you or Dr. Oyer can speak to the TCAP scores, especially for our third graders, what that looks like as far as timing for the scores, the retakes, and what the communication looks like to the families.
Sure. Dr. Oyer, can you speak to that?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. It's long and elaborate, so I won't give you every bit of the details. But I'll tell you that there's a very intense timeline that begins on Monday, or excuse me, May 20th. The reports come from the state, and just so you know, everything I'm about to say is contingent upon the state getting everything to us, which they've done fabulously in the last few years. I know one concern that folks have in the community is how will we get the information specific to my child's testing. It will come in two ways. It'll come through the Skyward system, and it will also come in what we call snail mail, right? Just the old school way. We want to make sure we're getting information in both ways to families. Another driving question this time of year is, what if I want my child to take a retake? What if they're eligible to take a retake? Anyone who does research will see that that window is open starting on May 21st and goes through May 30th. So any student who has a need to take that retake will have that entire window. They are going to hear from their school administrators that we want them to take them right away. So on the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, those are the dates that we're going to be encouraging students to take them, just so we can get them in. They're there. We're able to have them do it right there at the school building, and then we get those results. The results are rolling, so they come in, we get that information, and then we immediately let families know that. What other questions might there be about that? And that communication, sorry, Mr. Golden, that communication will be ongoing. So the expectations of what a particular student needs based on their particular score is outlined in the letter that they will receive.
I did want to speak. Oh, sorry, you have a question. Ask your
Okay, so that's a letter from the district, not from principals.
It's from the school. It is prepared at the district level, but it will be sent by the schools.
Okay, got it.
And from the student, from the Skyward perspective, that'll be uploaded the minute that we have that information on the 20th is our goal.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think it's worth noting that what we called the third grade retention law a few years ago was an ongoing battle that we fought the last 3.5, 4 years. The state legislature made some changes related to that because when this started, there were some students who had to be retained depending on their test scores. That is no longer the case under the state law, but there are some conditions by which they must follow depending on where their scores land. There's actually, if I'm not mistaken, it's their cut scores, right? And so this issue for third graders is very important. A lot of it includes going to the summer school program that they actually don't call summer school. But we've had a lot of work already related to that. Right now, the state is funding that program in full. And in fact, we actually project that the available funding is more than we are going to actually need, because they project out statistical information of each district and say, we've earmarked this much for you, and we don't think we're going to spend it all based on our numbers. Dr. Allen, I know you and I had a discussion about the numbers for that. Can you speak to that just a little bit?
The numbers that we're currently expecting
Yes,
for this
sir.
summer, about 1,600 K through rising kindergarten through 8th grade, I think is where we're at, somewhere in that ballpark. And then we will have additional students that, to Mr. Golden's point, that will be required based on their third grade scores. I just want to give a shout out to our team. We start planning, we have it really down pat right now, but we start planning in January for summer school. It's only 16 full days, but it really takes us 6 months of planning to recruit teachers, to develop curriculum, to put together a plan. It is really, really good experience for our kids. I know even though it's the middle of the summer, we have a lot of smiling faces there because our teachers do an awesome job with them, trying to make the learning as fun as they possibly can, get them moving around as much as we can, provide lots of activities. It's a great experience, and I'm proud of the program that we offer, and I'm proud of the team that puts it together to make it the best experience possible for our kids over summer.
So that program is 4 days a week, 4 weeks in June, Monday through Thursday, Friday off for each one. Dr. Royer?
If I may just add one more thing. At this point, so what I just gave was the generalities. At this point, once those scores come out, I really encourage you as board members to ask your constituents who reach out to you to reach out to their principals or assistant principals. It becomes a very individualized conversation at this point, so we want to make sure that the building level communication is very, very tight. And we start with those form letters that go out, but the personalized conversations start that same day as well. So please, anybody listening, and then from your mouths to their ears, if you can help them know to reach out directly to the school, that will help immensely.
And there's a fourth grade impact on this as well. So
Yes, sir.
we spent a lot of time over the last couple of years talking about third grade, but there is a fourth grade impact related to the ELA portion of TCAP for those fourth graders. Dr. Allen, you're about to say.
Well, I was just going to say the fourth grade impact is the required tutoring that some of the students would be required to attend a minimum of 2 days a week, 30 minutes a session. So yeah, there's that follow-up for the fourth grade as well.
Thank you for the question.
Back in March, I asked about the CREP surveys.
Thank you.
How is that coming along?
Dr. Webb, I know you, if I'm not mistaken, you manage the CREP survey. And by the way, that's the Center for Research in Education Policy from the University of Memphis. We have longitudinal surveys that we do school by school. And if I'm not mistaken, we've done that with the University of Memphis maybe 15 plus years.
Mm-hmm. That's correct. And so, yes, we have, the results are in from our CREP survey. We get it district-wide data and school-specific data.
So could we have access to that? Okay, I'll reach out. Thank you.
Sure, we'll make sure to get that to you as well.
Anything else for Mr. Golden? I'm just going to mention about the goals, just going back to that for a second, just as a reminder, because half of you have not participated in this process before. So we're getting essentially a month in advance his own sort of self-reflections on his goals and the data behind that. And then we will get the evaluation instrument in a couple of weeks, is that right?
That's right. And actually, it was in the board packet a few months ago, but Dana will send that out.
Okay.
We can probably send it out next week.
Last year, we sent it out the Tuesday after the meeting.
Yeah.
After the May
Yeah.
meeting, we sent it out the following day.
Okay. So next week we can get,
Tuesday.
okay.
Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay, so sometime next week we'll get the evaluation instrument that we will all use to do our individual evaluations of Mr. Golden. And then those will be submitted, check me here, those will be submitted back to you, Dana, correct?
To me and Lydia.
Okay. And then they will become part of the board packet for the June meeting.
Correct.
When we vote to adopt the evaluation.
Correct. And as a reminder, those are public records.
Right.
And
Any
this-
questions about that? I'm just primarily saying that for the benefit of the 6 new members because it's a new process for you, but just wanted to make sure we all understood the cadence of that.
Will you give us like the deadline that you need it?
Yes, ma'am.
You'll include that? Okay.
When I send out the.
Right.
Yes, I'll put everything in the email.
And then she'll send us reminders when we don't turn it in on time.
Lydia will take care of all of that.
Which does happen, I know.
Good question.
Mr. Chair, that actually prompted one more piece. Just as another reminder, the state has required elements that are in the evaluation, and then we have chosen to have those additional annual goals. So you've really got 2 sections, the state required plus the annual goals.
I thought I could let this go, but I do have one comment about the PTO piece.
Yeah.
Because when we talked about that initially at our retreat, it really wasn't about how protecting PTO's ability to raise funds. It was more about providing an outlet for PTO presidents to share ideas about best practices and discuss sections of bylaws and things like that. Some PTOs are much better at raising funds than others, and so I think if there are any PTO leaders listening, I think it's a missed opportunity.
Well, thank you for that. And actually, we've initiated that opportunity about a decade ago and went through details with that. What we heard, generally speaking, related to that was that the transition that there was an appropriate transition from a handful of regional help to the detail that we have on our website. And so what they shared with us was, with what we're doing right now, with the detail you share with our quarterly meetings, that need isn't there for that individual relationship nearly as much as it was a decade ago. So my hope is that what we've done is created a sustainable process. Those questions still come up, and we've gotten better over the last 10 years or so in responding to PTO member questions as well. Rachel, I know you're itching to say something.
Chomping at the bit. We actually have a meeting tomorrow, and so when I say we, finance takes on, our internal auditor, myself, have periodic meetings with the PTO leadership, and we asked, this time we met, I guess last month, several of us on the leadership team met with PTO presidents and principals seated and went over various topics, and one of the questions was, when's the best time for you? What does it look like? So what was recommended was Zooms, so we have a couple of Zooms scheduled, one in May, one in June, and then generally do one in the fall and come back in the spring, and so that has helped. I mean, I think that also bridges that gap a little bit, is that we do periodically have those.
And Dr. Reeves, thank you for mentioning that, because I didn't mention that, and I'm glad we had that opportunity so that the depth of that was shared. What we haven't done on the athletics side is a lot of that, and so we do see that gap. Once a year, we will have a meeting with we have traditionally had a meeting with our athletics folks, but it's generally compliance issues. So that's the difference between the two.
Okay. Mr. King, are you ready? Operations report?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brief update on some construction projects. Brentwood Middle School coming along. They've got drywall complete on the first and second floor, ceiling grid on the first and first floors as complete and begun on the second floor, and painting continues around the building. I do want to mention, just because the county commissioner went with us last week, if anybody ever wants to go visit, take a tour of Brentwood Middle or any place we're doing construction, reach out to me or Eric. I think it's still hard hat though, isn't it, right now? But we'll have a hard hat for you. Eric has extras, so if you ever want to take a tour, just reach out. Transportation building should be just some punch list items. Should get our final inspection soon on phase 2 of the transportation building. The Innovation Center, they've poured the first slab. Remember, it was going to be in 2 pours. One was completed on May 5th, and the second one is scheduled for next Tuesday. And block installation has begun at the Innovation Center as well. So, oh, and one other thing I want to mention, because I always forget. Summer is huge for our maintenance department, and I can't list all the projects that they're going to do this summer, but Adam Christopher, our maintenance director, had a great quote today, and if I mess it up, I apologize. There's more work than there is summer. Is that how you put it? So school's out, and that's great for the kids, but his department will hit the ground running as soon as school's out.
And by the way, related to that, the summer learning camp or summer school locations actually varies, if I'm not mistaken, Adam, from year to year, because it has an impact on your ability to do some of the summer work.
Yes, sir. That's correct. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And that goes to some of the discussion that Dr. Allen had said about starting planning back in January to help us work through some of those conflict areas.
The old tradition of schools being closed in the summer just isn't true anymore.
And that's my report, unless anybody has any questions.
Questions for Mr. King? All right, board chair report. I just have one thing to bring up, and that is we talked about doing, this has been a month or two ago, talked about the possibility of doing a board planning session to primarily look at some of the items in our strategic plan, given that a couple of the things that we're talking about now relative to technology, relative to start times, there's several things that we're discussing that are substantive, and it might be a good checkpoint for us to get together for half a day. So I'm proposing July 30th. We have talked about this, and we think that might get us through most of the summer. People may be back from vacations by then. Throwing that out there, we don't need to decide right this moment, but we do need to decide fairly quickly for planning purposes. So would you all check your calendars for July 30th? And the thought would be maybe 12 to 4, 12 to 5, something like that. Just basically the afternoon. And the thought would be that we would dive into the strategic plan in some level of detail for those of you, again, who weren't on the board when that was adopted, to give you the benefit of walking through the different things that this board signed up for in terms of long-term commitments. And then just to see if there's any of that we want to tweak based on the new makeup of the board and different input if we want to change course on any of that. It's not to reopen the entire plan, it's not to rewrite the plan, but it's to just give us a look at it and make tweaks and edits if we need to. So check that date, and if you don't mind, maybe by the middle of next week, just give me feedback on if that date works, and then we can get it on the calendar. And we don't have should have said, we don't have a board meeting that month, so that, just to flag that too. All right. New business at 7:50. Ms. Farmer, 2025-26 budget status update.
Thank you. There's really actually not a lot to report on updates as far as the budget goes. So since we met, we had multiple meetings with the commission, different committees, and several of you attended, and I would just want to say thank you for that. The commissioners noticed, the county noticed, and as we did, and it was support for us. So thank you very much for doing that. On May the 5th, the budget committee did vote to approve our budget that we presented to them, and this week, the committee met to look at the budget as a whole, to be able to post it in the newspaper. So what happens with the entire county budget, it has to be posted in the newspaper. So the next thing that will come up is a public hearing, and that's related to what's been posted, so the public can come and make comments or have questions related to that. That's going to be on June 3rd at 5:30 in the auditorium, where we normally have our board meetings. And then after that, June 20th is when the actual full commission will vote on the budget. There's not really been any major changes, revenue to any of the revenue at this point. So if you have any questions, let me know, but that is the report.
And if I may, Rachel, give you a little bit of detail related to where the county commission is. Number one, the full commission will vote on June 20th on our budget, to start from begin with the end in mind kind of thought. June 20th is their final vote. They do have a public hearing June 3rd, and if I'm not mistaken, Rachel, between June 3rd and June 20th, they do not have any scheduled meetings.
They have regular scheduled, just committee or board, committee meetings, but nothing necessarily related to the budget.
Thank you. So no budget meetings then. So June 3rd is the public hearing where any member of the public can come and speak about the budget. What the budget committee did, is based on the new certified tax rate. And they let us know at that meeting, the new certified tax rate is $1.24.33, so it's 1.2433. The old certified tax rate was $1.88. So the values of the properties in Williamson County in 4 years have increased basically by, to use an old country phrase, half again. So the rates dropped from $1.88 to $1.24. The proposal from the county budget committee is a tax rate of $1.34. So the certified tax rate dropped based on property values from $1.88 to $1.24 and change. The budget committee is proposing a tax rate of $1.34. That's 10 cents basically on the tax rate. The proposal would be 5 cents of that would go to schools and 5 cents would go to county government based on the projected budgets. That would fill in that gap for us that we presented, that you all voted on a couple of months ago. Obviously, with county government including that proposal, they've got some issues too related to their budget. But I want to give you that bit of detail. Another piece that I think is important, and I'm speaking for them just a little bit, I got to give you that caveat. I think we all got our bills, all right, or our postcards. That is not actually a bill. Am I correct, Rachel? Correct. That is a postcard identifying their projection. Those numbers are based on, if I'm not mistaken, the $1.88 tax rate. So the tax rate is already dropped but certified. So one of the comments we heard from some of the folks at that meeting was people see those numbers and feel overwhelmed, but it's not based on what the rate has already dropped to. So they spent some time talking about that. So there's a lot more detail they're going to work on, but that was a key piece I took out because I think we all saw our tax bills.
Well, so
bills, it's not a bill.
Well, the appraisal cards don't have a number on. They just have your appraisal. They don't actually have the tax rate.
That's correct.
You have to do that math by yourself. Without, they come out right before they set the certified rate.
That's
so
right.
it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The appraisal card shows the value in the change from the previous value.
Right. Jason, can I ask
yes,
a
sir.
question? Just what's the under the new with the new lowered certified rate? What's the value of the penny at that rate?
I believe it's right at 2.7.
It's crazy. It was 800,000 when I got on the board.
So a penny is worth 2.7 million or so in revenue. And they gave estimates, so we don't have the exact number yet from them, but that was their estimate.
So is it accurate to say that based on the budget committee's vote to raise, at least for now, raise property taxes, that there's no gap between us and them on our budget?
The allocating 5 cents to us would cover the gap. Right. So yes.
Okay, thank you. We shouldn't underestimate how significant that is, right? All right. Anything else on the budget update, current budget update? Or upcoming budget update? All right, Ms. Farmer, I'm going to just let you go through these one by one rather than me reading them off, if you don't mind.
Thank you for that.
Get to them as you're ready.
Sure. This time of year, we generally come with looks like a whole lot because this is our what we would call our year-end cleanup. A budget is a budget, and we have to look at it when we get close to the end to determine have we allocated correctly. Things change, costs change, needs change, and so several of the items tonight are just that. It's putting money into the correct lines. And so the first one that we'll go over is a custodial supervision. We actually have had more long-term usage in our facilities, mostly with churches. And so with that increased use, there's a need for additional well, when we say custodian, we mean someone that's there in the building supervising, that's one of our employees. And so revenue is up in that line over what we budgeted, but we also need to increase the expense line to be able to pay these people. So there's no effect on fund balance. We're just taking the additional revenue and applying it over as an expense, and that was $20,000. Questions on that one? The next is Trustees Commission. We get this question a lot of what is Trustees Commission. It is statutory that we are required to pay back to the county, to the trustee, funding throughout the year, and it's based on 2% of our property tax collections, 1% of sales tax, and then a flat fee each month. And so, because we never exactly know what that's going to be, we do need to increase the trustee commission line by about $300,000. Again, property tax collections have been higher than what were budgeted, and so no effect on fund balance.
Tanya?
Yeah, I have a question on the first budget for custodial supervision.
Sure, sorry.
I find it interesting that we're paying for the custodial services for the churches. What's the
It's-
history behind that?
It's not custodial. When I said custodial, it's custodian, meaning the person that's supervising. It's really a supervisor. It's an employee.
Right, but
that's
I mean,
there.
we're still.
That's
we're
a
still-
that's a pass-through. The community users actually do pay. and-
Okay.
And so we have a revenue item that offsets that expense
Right,
item.
so we have it on our budget, but then we get reimbursed for it, right?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Perfect,
And
that's
the
what I
reason,
wanted
one
to
of the
know.
sorry.
reasons that we have an adjustment is, if I'm not mistaken, Rachel, we actually had more community use than we projected.
We did. So that revenue line is it's running right now about 30,000 over.
And you have to include it in your budget.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
I'm going to ask this because I do it every year, and I want to be on record to hearing it again.
Okay.
The trustee commission, I know this is only $300,000 for right now, but can you remind us annually how much
It's
of our
around $5
budget-
million.
$5 million of our budget goes to the trustee for the administration of property
Correct.
taxes
So
that we collect?
That's correct.
That come
We
to us.
technically do not have our own checking account. The trustee manages that for us. When I say that, we cut our own checks, we reconcile, but the flow through of property tax and sales tax is coming through the trustee's office. And so that is our payment back to them for those services.
So this is $5 million of revenue on paper that we don't get to use for anything related to students or teaching.
It is $5 million that we're statutorily required to allocate back to them, yes.
I'm not putting words, I'm saying this,
I'm
you're not
trying
saying
to
it.
answer it,
I
yes.
want to get it on record, because I do it,
Well,
'cause I do it every year.
I would
and-
like to ask, what services do we get for the $5 million?
Again, they do hold, or they're holder of our checking accounts. And so we make deposits. We don't actually go to the bank and make a deposit. We make a deposit to the trustee's office. And so they post the deposits for us and then push those through.
But their expenses are significantly less than $5 million.
What happens with the trustees commission is that at the end of the year, if what's in the trustees budget is left over, it will carry it forward to the county's general fund. So the trustee's office itself doesn't hang on to those funds. County's general fund.
It's state law.
Yeah, to be clear, we don't have any option but to do it, but I always relish the opportunity to mention it. All right, please proceed.
The next item is related to our energy systems conservation debt. So ESCO is a project that we went into in 2017. It's a 15-year project where the county funded for us to do energy savings capital projects. And they took the debt out in bonds. We are basically paying them for the principal and interest on those bonds. And we have that requirement. Like I said, it's a 15-year agreement between the two of us. The idea is that anything that we're paying, we have made up for in energy savings. And so that is evaluated every year through Train, goes through and does that evaluation for us to validate that it did save us that money.
And if I may, I want to give a little bit more detail related to this. This is one of those items that when folks hear about it, they ask questions to try to understand it. The state has an office that actually assists local districts in improving capital, paying for it with the savings of the energy savings. We go through a very detailed audit of the hardware that could be installed that could save energy with the actual energy bills. We went through that detailed process, y'all. I'm going to estimate 6 years ago, maybe 7. That allowed us to replace lights from older light systems to LED, even things as detailed as backflow preventers on our water system that they analyzed and determined, would you get a return on investment that would justify the expense of the capital improvement on your energy bills. They go through a annual process related to that. If we don't get the savings, then the corporation who's taken the risk, in this case Train, actually owes us money.
We would get it back in a rebate.
Thank you. We would get it back in a rebate. This has paid for itself, and so all that analysis establishes that this 1.163 million plus a little bit more is actually has been a savings for us. So that's the annual obligation. Last year, to help us balance our budget and give a pay increase, county government forgave this particular annual payment. Right now, as you just heard, the proposal from the Budget Committee is to address that gap with property tax.
Any other questions on our ESCO payment? Okay, the next item is related to various insurance lines. And I should have said this too. We're looking at projecting out through June, so we're not necessarily, we want to get the money in the budget lines in case. And so these are running kind of close for us, and so we're going ahead and asking to put additional funds in there. That doesn't mean we'd necessarily spend them, but they would be in the lines in case we needed them. And so liability, excess risk, workers' comp, and building and content insurance, all three of those, for a total of $700,000. And again, that's based on existing claims we have and what open cases are out there. They may or may not close this year.
So this is a insurance question, not related to property and casualty, but did we, for the budget next year, did they look at our health insurance benefits and evaluate the state option?
I'm going to ask Vicki to respond to that because she attended those purchasing and insurance committee meetings. By the way, the P&I committee meetings have changed dates and times. They are now at 4:30 the Thursday before the work session. So they have gone through the RFP process on that. On our budget side for this year, county government did not tell us that we needed to budget for an increase in our FTE, full-time equivalent cost. So if I'm not mistaken, we did not increase that particular item in this year's budget. Many years, as you know, in the past, we've had substantial increases here and there, but we didn't have to this year. Vicki, can you talk about where county government is on their RFP process?
So they did meet this evening, and it's my understanding, and I did not see the end of all of that. I believe, though, the decision has been made to go forward with the Cigna plan that we currently have. We did speak quite a bit about reviewing the state plan to see if that would make more sense for us, even and county government. It was a consideration factor. They don't submit RFPs because it's the state plan and it kind of is what it is. They did accept RFPs and they did at least report back about the state plan. But it's my understanding that they are planning to stay with the Cigna plan that we currently have.
But was it, I mean, I'd love to see that. If you have any analysis that they did, I'd love to see if they're, like what, I mean, is it just cost better, like benefit plan design, or what's the, I mean, is it really that much cheaper than our existing plan?
I don't have that information.
Okay.
Who would we request that information for the county?
Government.
Yes, you could request it from the county benefits.
Well, and if you all are asking, I'll make sure that I make that request on your behalf.
I'd like to see that, and, yeah.
And by the way, just for clarity, we are provided health insurance benefits from county government. They are the decision maker. And that varies across the state. Some counties some county school systems are self-insured, others are on the state plan. We are in with county government. So our employees are members along with county government's employees. So all their departments and our departments receive that benefit. And just to make sure I understand, what are you asking for? They did have some proposals, but as Vicki mentioned, state government did not submit a proposal, but they, as I understand it, they did look at the state plan.
So the only thing that we were privy to was a top sheet overview. There may be additional information. I really can't speak to it. The state did, we talked to them. I know that they talked to benefits administration about the plan. And that's really all I can give you. I don't have any insight into the analysis.
So I mean, like to see the RFP and the response from, including the response from the state. I guess that'd be the first place to start without causing any more. I mean, that's pretty easy to hand over.
And what is the deadline for making this decision, the county government?
The question from Dr. Reeves is, what's the deadline for their making a decision? I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, I don't really know for sure, so I'm just going to caveat with that. But I believe if purchasing an insurance, if they actually voted to go forward with the Cigna this evening, I believe that's the end of that. Is that correct, Dana? That's what we think. I don't know for sure.
We're all here.
Right, yeah. No, I know.
Is that voted on by the entire commission?
That was my next, that was my next.
It's just, yes, it's just purchasing an insurance.
And Bobby, if you would, I know you've got some knowledge of this process.
I do. The first thing I want to let you all know is that those proposals are confidential until the county's made the decision and issued the letter of intent to award. So as I'm speaking right now, those documents are confidential. Once that award has been made, that can be provided to you, and you can see what the responses were. What else?
The vote?
Well, right, the Purchasing Insurance Committee, their role is they choose who's going to provide it. And then what happens is that you enter into a period of contract negotiations. Once you've come up with those terms, it goes to the county commission to approve the contract. So that's when it gets to the county commission. You will be able to see those proposals long before it hits the county commission.
But is the contract for a calendar year or is it for a fiscal year?
This particular one, I believe, is for 3 years, but I'll have to double check.
But to take effect January 1.
But
when
again, we're
the
still
beginning of
negotiating it. Yeah, we don't have the contract yet, but.
And it was my understanding there was still 1 year left on the current contract. So we're negotiating for the future.
So we foot the largest majority of the insurance for this county. And from what I hear, you were involved very limitedly in making the decision. Is that a correct statement?
I wasn't involved at all in the decision.
Oh, okay. True. That's true.
I requested that it be considered. I mean, I think that it's been a conversation for a while, and I'm sure that they heard from some others about that they at least take a look at the state plan to see if that made more sense and offered more choices for our
Right, because the
employees.
state pays like 45% of it for teachers, and I can't imagine that what we're paying, and I've compared it to other districts, we're paying a lot more than other districts. So, okay.
I know some of us had conversations with commissioners just as employees.
Yeah, I would say I have the insurance and I'm not impressed. And I've heard that from many other employees as well, so.
Okay,
it's
I'll offer a different observation, and that is the value of our benefits is far exceeds anything that you're going to get in the private sector. And, I mean, we're talking $24,000 a year of benefit just for the medical benefits. It's a pretty rich plan. Like, I pay much more than that, and my employees paid much more than that. I mean, they're paying $1,300-1,500 a month, and it's much less. So it is. I mean, whether people like the Cigna network and all that kind of stuff, like that's, who knows? But the value of the plan can't really be debated. So.
You actually prompted this. Vicki, can you speak to the benefits that our employees get? If I'm not mistaken, if they have individual coverage with a traditional plan, there is no premium, but if they take the family plan, there is a premium, and then there are a handful of options related to that.
That's correct. We do offer, I think one thing that we offer that a lot of districts don't offer is that 0 monthly premium for employees who only are single coverage and they choose that particular plan.
Any other questions on that item? Okay.
Next is an additional need in textbooks. So I want to say this clearly. Last year when we came through the budget process, one of the areas that we looked at reducing was textbooks because we did not know exactly what the cost was going to look like. So this particular line, we reduced $1.1 million last year going through the budget process. So now that we have purchased the books, we're coming back and we would need to add $900,000 back to that line in order to be able to complete the purchasing.
And Rachel, if I may, based on what we did in last year's budget, we anticipated that there was a possibility that we would need to do this. How did you factor that in the 25-26 budget?
We did budget for textbooks. The conversation came when we were looking at what we needed to cut last year. It's what some of the bigger unknowns, and textbooks was a large item that was an unknown because we did not know what the books were going to cost. And so that was just an area where we thought we could reduce, and then if we needed to, we would come back, which is what's happened.
So when you projected fund balance?
When we projected fund balance for 25-26, I went ahead because of this last year and had factored about between $800,000 and $1 million of needing to ask for that at this point in the year. So that was already projected in the numbers I gave for fund balance. Any other questions on that one? Okay. Next, we do have some additional expenses related to special education. However, we had a line in special education that we had budgeted for that has enough funding in it because there was less of a need for contracts with private agencies. And so we're just going to do a transfer from that line to mileage and other contracted services. Those other contracted services are related, I believe, to some translation services for our students. And then mileage, because we have been able to better staff our mapping, we have people going all over the county trying to provide services. And so that was an area, those two lines, where we did see we needed to add an increase.
For these contracted services, do they provide us service logs for their work?
I'm going to ask Ms. Griego to answer that.
So for the contracted services, we get an itemized list of when they are working in our county and what they are doing.
Any other questions on that one? Last one is an intra-category transfer we're requesting. When Creekside was built, they're part of the requirements from the county was to install a traffic light at Goosey Hill. And that project was completed and that work actually was not done. And so it's come back up that we had not fulfilled that. And so we had taken funding that was left over in the project and moved it to contingency. And so now we're asking to move those funds back out of contingency to be able to start working on that project. And that's all I have. Thank you.
all.
That's all. I
Can
will
you-
say, next month we will come back. These are all, the reason why we have to bring these to you is because we're either moving from one major category to another, or we're pulling something from fund balance. Next month, you'll have one more larger transfer list that you'll look at where within categories money may have transferred throughout the year, when we realized that there was a line that needed more versus less, but it's in the same category. So again, you'll have that one more that comes up in May, but all of these have to go before the county commission, which is why you're seeing them, in May. That will come in June. Thank you. And I will say too, our, Mr. Golden sent out an email, but I will remind y'all too that the commission did approve our 5-year capital intent to funds at their commission meeting on Monday. And then they've also, when I said that they approved our budgets, the budget committee has approved our budget, that included the capital and then annual capital, and then the extended school care, central cafeteria, as well as GP.
So now, I want to add just that reminder caveat. The budget committee approving our budget doesn't mean that our budget is passed. We still have to get that final vote on June 20th. And so that's, the commission still has that power. However, those 5-year capital items that you all approved in the last month's board meeting, the funding for those did get approved with that detail I gave you. That HVAC repairs, asphalt, safety, et cetera, did get approved.
All right, thank you, Ms. Farmer. So we've still got a few substantive items to discuss. Does anyone want to do a short break before we get into all of that, or just plow through?
Short break.
Short break?
Yeah.
All right. Let's reconvene at 8:30. That's 10 minutes.
That's like anybody can take something off of the consent agenda. It only takes one to allow, right? Since you asked. Whatever. That's good. Do what?
All right, let's resume the meeting, please. Let's resume the meeting, please. All right, we will now discuss board policy for first and final reading for policy 4.7001, semester and final exams. Ms. Osbrooks.
This is a change based upon an update to the State Board of Education regulation. The end of course examinations, grades, the recommendation is that grades will incorporate these exam results at a weight of at least 15% of the semester grade. The current policy says a minimum weight allowed. At the time that this policy was created, the minimum weight was 15%. Now the minimum weight is 5%. So the new range is 5 to 15%. Staff recommends updating the language to 15% to be consistent with the weight that we have had for numerous years.
So just as a reminder, this was talked about as a minor and editorial change, mostly editorial change, so we made it first and final reading.
So my only question on this is that given that it gives us the discretion, why is there any thought to making that a range for different classes for teachers to do? I get why we had it at the bottom end of the range, and that because it was, I mean that made sense. But is there any wisdom in making that giving them an option?
I'll let Dr. Webb and Dr. Allen speak to it after I speak briefly. A lot of the thoughts surrounding it was we wanted to kind of a value judgment. If we wanted to count for something but not be so overwhelming at the end of a semester. And so the range, if I'm not mistaken, used to be 15 to 25%. That was the old rule. And so we chose 15 because we wanted it to count but not be that overwhelming amount. And of course, y'all, Mr. Galbraith's question was related to giving teachers some potential variability. Could you speak to that?
I'll do my best to speak to that. I'm not certain if we can, I believe it's a possibility. I would need to look to see if we can choose variability by course, if that's a possibility. I haven't looked at that specifically, but we could look at that. Our recommendation is to remain consistent across all of those tested subject areas for the uniformity of the conversation around state testing and how we address state testing. I would need to look specifically at that for that answer, Mr. Galbraith, to be able to say if that's possible to vary it by content area. I don't know that answer.
Well,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I asked partly because we chose to do the lowest rate applicable by law before, and we just happened to, I mean, it just happened to be 15%. So I'm wondering if the law had allowed us to go, if it used to be 10 to 25%, would we have chosen 10 and gone to the lowest, or we would have, or do you think 15 is better than 10? And that's why
Yeah.
sparks my.
I actually remember those discussions back then for whatever reason. And of course, we had different leaders in the departments. The discussion was at the time, 15% from a value judgment standpoint was, they concluded was appropriate. If I'm not mistaken, the old rule before it went to that range was higher than 15%. And so I don't know that there's any discussion at that time beyond that. It was just that 15% made sense. And so that's the memory I have of it. And I know you all are thinking about kind of bringing it up to current times. I know you all had you had some additional thought related to that, Dr.
Yeah,
Allen?
if I can just add one thing, and I could be completely missing the boat on this because it's been a minute, but for some reason, I'm thinking there was discussion at putting it at the minimum when this policy was created because there was a fear that we didn't really know what the cut score would do to the student's grade, and it may hurt kids more than what we wanted. So we didn't want the weight of the EOC to be so negative on the students that it really hurt them. And we had a lot of board members at the policy meeting, but not everyone. And so that everyone hears kind of the impact and why we feel that it's going really well and we kind of don't want to mess with it is because when we look at our data, we found that the EOC scores didn't impact 93% of our kids. So whatever they had going into the EOC is what their grade ended up beating. We had 2% drop a letter grade, and we had 5% increase a letter grade. The biggest swing was from B's to A's, and then we had 100 fewer D's and F's when the EOC was calculated. So to us, it's a net positive, but for some reason I remember conversation being, let's just take it to the lowest percent allowed at that time because we don't want it to negatively impact our students in a wider range.
But to your question, I don't know that anybody had any specific discussion of 10% or 5% at the time.
One question I have is, I would think that you all will load the cut scores at the district level. The teachers may not ever really see the cut scores, right? So they wouldn't really have the ability to manipulate the percentage.
That is,
I mean, is that correct?
I think that's a good point, yeah.
Yeah, so I would recommend keeping it standard everywhere.
Eric, do you have a point?
Yeah, I would say too, I think above and beyond just the impact of the EOC on the specific course, I think it's also good training for kids in life as they move out, especially at the high school level of, there's big exams in life, whether you want to go to college or pass the bar, or you want to get a professional certification or just your work, whether it's putting together a big proposal and this is having it being weighty enough where it matters is, training for big boy, good girl life, out there to get ready. And if we do it too small, I worry that kids are like, it can't hurt me, and sort of blow it off a little bit and not get that experience.
Okay, any other feedback? So that'll be up for first and final vote on Monday night. Item D, a policy for first reading that will then come back for a second reading, and student 6.411, student wellness. Dana?
So on the lines 34 on page 2, and then at the top of page 3, there, as many of y'all probably know, there was legislation that passed this last legislative session regarding primarily elementary and their physical education program and some changes. So the elementary school students, pursuant to the updated law, will receive a minimum. The law says 40 minutes. We were able to provide a minimum of 45 minutes, and that's going to be unstructured physical activity. It would also be outside if weather permitted. Middle and high school students receive a minimum of 90 minutes of physical activity each full school week. There are some additions on the next page regarding what is not considered physical activity towards that unstructured play. And then we moved what was in line 3 down to line 6 just because it read better. And then there was some discussion at the policy meeting regarding lines 4 and 5. Physical activity shall not be withheld from a student. That is what was in our, no, I'm sorry, that's what's in the new law. What was in our previous policy was that it should not be employed during the school day as a form of discipline or punishment. So there were 2 sentences that, when you read them, were not as effective providing the new legal withheld versus employed. So a little bit of change there.
Questions on that one?
I do. What does this look like? I'm trying to wrap my head around this. It's at the elementary level, you know, obviously, it's recessed, so that's pretty easy. But middle and especially high school, you know, the 90 minutes, if you're not taking are you required to take a gym class every semester? How are we handling this?
So I'm going to ask Dr. Webb to speak to that related to high school and middle. So it is not a gym class, and if I'm not mistaken, Dana, the requirement is actually unstructured for...
Well, this is interesting, and one of the reasons I like waiting until the public chapter and the Tennessee Code Annotated is actually published.
Which has not, it has not yet been.
Well, the public chapter has just been released. I went to a training today, which was great, the Tennessee Association of School Superintendents. So the unstructured, now that it is a public chapter, the unstructured is only for elementary.
Okay.
So you will see some changes now that I have new law to work with.
Okay, so number 1, to answer your question, this is first reading.
Correct.
Right? Number 2, Dr. Webb, can you speak to the plan for secondary?
Yes. First and foremost, we welcome the conversation about the unstructured versus structured time at the secondary level based on my sharing at the policy meeting. And so to answer Mr. Welch's question specifically, at the high school level, we still have freshman year typically is when students take it, a full year of required lifetime wellness that has a physical activity component. Students also have a high school requirement of a 0.5 physical education course that they're required to take at some point during their high school career. They can get a waiver from that if they participate in extracurricular activities. So there's a waiver process for that as well. So those activities have somewhat counted, even though we have in the past continued to allow 90 minutes just for the structure of high school, allow 90 minutes for all students, even though we know that those freshmen and those students who are taking that course are getting that time in addition. At the middle school level, we do have some middle schools that offer that rotation pretty regularly. I mentioned in our policy meeting, we have a couple of middle schools that offer a structured PE time in addition to the unstructured time, actually in place of the unstructured time for those 2 schools specifically. And we would like to continue that. As I mentioned in our policy meeting, the more structure you can kind of put around the older students, the more actual activity they participate in. So we are currently and have been currently meeting the 90 minutes at the middle and at the high school level.
If I may.
So, well...
Oh, go. Sorry, I thought you were...
So I'm sorry, I'm still not getting it, though. What are they doing that's the actual physical activity that's 90 minutes?
It's unstructured time, and so the students can participate, go into the gym. The gym is open during that unstructured time. They can choose to participate in activities. The courtyards are open. They can go outside. They can walk. They can throw a Frisbee. At Page High School, as an example, they have that big courtyard in the back. They'll throw a Frisbee. they'll throw a football around. It's just unstructured time where physical activity is an option for them. In middle schools, we have some outdoor space that during that time, some middle schools take, if it's nice, they'll go outside to that area and let students like literally play. There's not the equipment that you would get at the elementary level, like PE equipment necessarily, or playground equipment, if you want to call it that, but students have the opportunity to get some movement in.
All right. I'll talk to you about it a little more
It's
offline. I don't need to
that
take everyone
portion is
else's, but it's-
unstructured. Mhm.
I got you.
But the structured time comes in the PE classes and the rotations at the middle school level, where students are in structured PE as a rotation in their related arts period.
Okay.
No, I don't understand how it's actually, I don't get how we're actually doing it now. I've never heard of this time as being anything with unstructured physical activity. It's largely free time, but I'm looking, and this is part for this our screen time discussion, but it says that unstructured physical activity does not include time spent on electronic device. And so if we're telling our teens that they've got 15 minutes a day, the likelihood that they're not on their electronic device is extremely low. And so if we're telling them that they have to go, hey, the goal of this time is for you to get off your devices and go. If you got them off their devices, they're much more likely to go do something physical. If you give them an option to do whatever you want to for the next 15 minutes, then I know what they're going to do. So, but it's, I wonder, I mean, so we don't, I mean, it's not like we're mandating that. So we're giving them the option to do physical activity, but they can also sit there and do nothing.
Well, as Dr. Webb mentioned, and I know that was mentioned at the policy committee, ensuring that every secondary student gets up and moves is really only going to work with structured physical activity. Younger children are much more likely to run and play, when they have that unstructured time. So there is a practical element to it, and I think that's what Dr. Webb was alluding to. And you guys, there's nothing new under the sun. Think back to your time in school. This is one of those examples where it is apples to apples. When there was time, inevitably you would see somebody sitting when somebody else is quite active. Summer camp, those kinds of things happen, and so that is a challenge at the secondary level.
Yeah, I have something I'd like to say. And also to play off of that is it's also a time for them just to socialize. So if they're not doing a physical activity, they're having that one-on-one engagement, and that is also very important. So they're off their phones and they learn to socialize and interact, have eye contact, and all those other skills that they need to have when they get out into the workforce. And then the other thing is we had parents who've worked really, really hard to get this recess policy updated, and I want to thank them for all the work that they did. And so to get that extra 15 minutes, and then we added the extra 5. So just a shout out to all of them. And based upon the data, I still would like to see, I'm excited for this coming school year, and I like to see how it all plays out, but I would still like to know if we can go forward looking at this and seeing how it works, and then move towards evaluating it in 2026 and see if we can make it to 60 minutes as was proposed by the parents of the recess group. So that's what I'd like to consider as a board. And then so in January, February, look how it's going and see if we can make it into 60 minutes for the following school year.
Thank you for that. The original legislation, if I'm not mistaken, mentioned 60, and if I think it came out of Clarksville, if I'm not mistaken, but there were some conversations district-wide, and then it was amended to 40, and you've shared that with me in other contexts, so thank you for that. And so I very much appreciate you, letting us know that that's what you're looking towards. I do know that Dr. Royer and her team, when they saw the legislation go to 40, started working on what would a 45-minute window look like. And so to your point, I know you've had a detailed discussion with Dr. Royer about this as well. We do want to see how it goes.
I think that's prudent.
Yeah.
And I should be thanking the staff as well for all the work they did to make this possible, and just to be working on it already early on in the year when the recess policy hadn't even been adopted yet. So yeah, they did a great job. Thank you.
Can you speak to, go ahead, sorry. Go ahead, Claire.
Sorry, I know we talked about those two lines and you combined them, Dana. Thank you. And I just wanted to reiterate what I shared at the policy meeting, which is the piece about it shall not, what does it say? Okay, physical activity shall not be withheld from a student or employed during the school day as a form of discipline or punishment. And so that piece of it, the form of discipline or punishment, is that part of the law? Or I'm getting at, I can see it being beneficial for elementary teachers to say, hey, you're going to walk some laps around at the start of recess before you go have your free time to play.
So the piece that is in the law is that physical activity shall not be withheld from a student as a form of punishment. That was already in our policy. It is not in the proposed change in the law or the previous law.
To your point, the old law, or the old language was, it combined discipline or punishment. And so what you're saying is separating and saying, hey, we don't want to withhold as a form of discipline and punishment, but you want it to be silent on using physical activity as a form of.
Sure, with
discipline.
parameters, I suppose. I don't know if there needs to be parameters, but all I'm aiming at
You
is
just
like
wanna
if a
take it
teacher
away as an
wants
option.
to send a kid to walk a few laps, they have that option to do it.
We can have corporal punishment in Tennessee too, but we don't do that either. It seems like there's other ways that we can discipline kids without having to go down the road of making them do physical activity. That, we've had some coaches get in trouble with that in the context of practices where physical activity is appropriate and overdone it. And so when you then take it out of the context of even athletics into academics, and it's not a coach, it's a teacher, and it just, that seems, the juice isn't worth the squeeze at that point.
So, I just think at the elementary school level, I'm imagining what Claire is getting at, where maybe a young boy or young girl just really needs to get out and run around or something like that because he's being naughty because he hasn't been active. I know my husband, his mother said, you go run around the house a couple times, outside of the house, because he needed to get his energy out. Because, so that's where I make that comparison, that maybe, and I think that's where you're kind of going with, that it would be actually good for the child to just get out and run because that's what they need. And it's not really a form of punishment. It's to help that child do better when they do get back in the classroom.
And that might be the key, that we prohibit its use as discipline or as punishment. But there are times, and Dr. Royer, I know you see it, where a student might need a break, and teachers do have that tool in their toolbox, but not for discipline purposes. And I will say, I know, I've seen a lot of IEPs where breaks like that are actually written into the IEP because of a student's particular needs as well. Yeah, that's exactly right, yeah.
Well, and if I may add, if you spend time in any of our elementary classrooms, and certainly even into the secondary level in some spaces, many student desks have things that allow them to move in their own space, whether it's in an IEP or not. You'll often see, rubber bands on the bottom of the desk, or fidgets and hands, or things that students can use. And so teachers, the phrase having it in their toolbox, it is for all students in a classroom to be able to do that, or to stand, as many of us have done tonight in a long meeting, just being able to get up. And then also in our classrooms, in many of our elementary classrooms, we have those kind of brain breaks that sometimes include movement of students doing things individually or doing things together. They might choose to do the jumping jacks to, kind of be silly and be fun, but we certainly do not want folks using it in that form of discipline. But that suggestion and that tool to help students when they're in a particular attention space or just needing to move, we support that 100%.
Right, so could we say that we could keep this language here, and that would still, what we're talking about now, would still be approved, right? That
None of
there's-
those practices that I just mentioned should go away. That's
Right,
correct.
right.
This language would not prohibit any of those
Right.
actions being able to be used by a teacher or by a student self-selecting that.
Because we understand that it's not punishment, it's a way for them to function better in class.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Dana, just to be clear on the elementary school language is in the statute. Is the middle and high school language also in the statute? Or is that something we added ourselves? In lines 34 through 39 on page 2.
38 and 39.
Lines 34 through 39, when it talks about unstructured physical activity, elementary for 45 minutes a day, middle school and high school 90 minutes a week. That, I know the elementary part is in the law for 40 minutes. We're doing 45. Is the middle and high school 90-minute requirement weekly and also in the law?
Correct.
Okay.
To both of your questions.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So if I may, I'm gonna ask a follow-up based on my understanding. So number one, the law as it came out of the legislature included unstructured for both and outside, if weather permits, if I'm not mistaken, for both elementary and secondary. And you said that when it went to conferencing committee, there has been a change?
When it became a public chapter.
Okay. So when it became a public chapter, what is that difference?
The difference is the public chapter now only refers to the unstructured piece and the outside weather permitting piece under A1. A1 is of a previous section. A1 specifically talks about elementary. Then there is a B or A2 that is the middle and high schools. So there may be some changes because of the way that the public chapter is showing the law as written as opposed to the amendment that was.
Thank you. So, Mr. Brown, in answer to your question, this blue language does not exactly reflect the public chapter.
And is that because they then factored in legislative intent into that, or was that, what's the reason why that would change from? Okay.
I can't answer that. I can just say this is not necessarily unusual.
Okay.
Which is oftentimes why we want to see the public chapter so that we see these kinds of things.
So we'll have revised language back before us for second reading.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. All right, let's move on. And now we modified the agenda, as we said at the outset. So now we're on the new E, which is the board policies for second reading that were in consent agenda. The first one being the 4.202 on child find and special education. And that request, Mr. Bostic, you made the request to move that off consent. So do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I just, I know that it was decided in policy to remove the language for service delivery logs. but I do plan to amend for that, so I wanted to just kind of bring that forward for kind of discussion again.
Do you want to speak to what your thoughts are on the amendment?
Yeah, so I know we kind of had talked about the service delivery logs and their implementation. We'd had it in the past, and then it kind of had gone away now. There was discussion about it being for special ed teachers and service providers. The new language that I would propose would not have it included for any teachers, just the service providers, which would be speech language pathologists, occupational therapists, and physical therapists. Just a couple points that it is the standard industry practice to have service delivery logs across the nation. That is the standard industry practice. There are several states who actually have it in law that they have to be implemented, like Illinois, for example, Texas, I think Louisiana, maybe Pennsylvania as well. Some of the benefits to those, and we kind of talked about these, were that, you know, it does offer a level of protection for the schools and the district. It provides transparency for the parents to want to know just that those services are being provided per the details out in the students' IEPs. Also would help to give us data for budgetary concerns, I would argue, as far as do we need to hire more service providers? What are the caseloads like? How is that working? Pieces there. Also gives data, and we talked with several parents throughout the district who mentioned that when the service, one in particular, when the service delivery logs were in place, that they were able to pinpoint times of day that was really helpful for them to kind of adjust the schedule for when some of the services were provided and data collection was done. They did better with certain things in the morning or in the afternoon, but without that data, we don't have it. And just, you know, it was characterized at one point that this was, you know, as like a gotcha to some of our service providers in some way. And that's not the intention behind it at all, for me at least. It would be to, like, for the reasons I kind of laid out here now, but also, like I said, with the budgetary concerns, it'd be like if there are places where we're struggling with this, to be able to argue for budgetary increases for those providers, we need the data for that to get these people some help. So those are kind of the things. And I know we had talked about in policy, I believe it was stated that, you know, average caseload is somewhere between 60 and 70. And just, you know, ASHA themselves states that caseloads over 40 can compromise service quality for speech pathologists. So that's a concerning point to me. I got some data, and thank you, Maria, so much for providing some data for how many SLPs and different therapists that we have employed in the county versus how many students are receiving the services. And I believe, off the top of my head, just for speech language alone, it was, I think, 3,519 students that received speech and language services in the district. And that's 1 to 3 times per week and average of 30 minutes per session. And we have, I think it was 76 and a half speech and language pathologists on staff currently. That kind of details out to about 46, I believe, per SLP. If you do an average of 2 sessions right in the middle, that's 46 hours a week of service. There's not 46 hours a week of available school time to provide those services. Now, I know some of those are done in group settings, but it's just a piece of it that's concerning, and without the data, I don't think we can make any good decisions regarding that. I had talked in conversations and some emails with some of the different providers, 2 in particular that had reached out, and they might have emailed the whole board as well, I'm not sure. Can't recall, but one of them had mentioned that she wrote a very thoughtful, long email and stated that she was told that it would take between 30 to 40 minutes per student per day to complete the service logs. And we had a little back and forth, and I was like, I don't understand at all how you're coming to that conclusion, because literally what I'm proposing should take no more than 10 to 15 seconds. And as we went back and forth, she said, well, I didn't realize that that's what actually was proposed, and I wouldn't have sent this email had that been communicated to me. And another one that said she was told that it would take 10 minutes per student per day. Once again, I'm not sure where that's coming from, but that's not at all what I'm proposing. Once again, exempting the teachers from this, because they do have those large group settings, it would be hard to kind of detail out the services that they're providing through that. But the service providers, I just think it's something that's needed, and it would be helpful. And I had a talk with a special education teacher today, actually right before this meeting in our district, who informed me she knows of at least one speech language pathologist that has a caseload of nearly 100, which is concerning to me. So for all those reasons, I think it's needed. Like I said, it's standard industry practice. There are several states who have it in law that they have to be provided. And I think there's a great benefit to doing it.
All right, thanks for that. Any comments?
Just that if you're going to make this amendment, do you have the actual language?
Yes. I did actually bring copies. Thank you. I'll pass them down. You will notice on here that some of these items won't change, so it's not like they would be putting this out every time necessarily. Student name, name of service provider, location of services, type of service, those would all be things that would just be standard on every time. So really what we're asking them to fill out would just be the date of the service, the start time, the end time, just the duration of minutes. And I know that notes or comments was kind of a concern that might be too laborious, but we can make that optional. I would be up to just making that optional. If they want to put a note in there, they can. And then just a notation of if it was missed or if it was a makeup session or something like that.
Can I get a copy of that language, please?
Yeah,
Sure.
There should be
Yeah.
enough.
Thank you.
So have you not submitted this to staff then?
Not yet, no, I was told to bring it tonight.
No.
For context, can you speak to how this differs from the language that was proposed in the previous iteration?
Yes, so I think the previous iteration had a little bit more detail in there. It also had language for the teachers themselves. And it had some more descriptions. They could possibly pull it up from the previous work session if they wanted to. So I tried to pare it down and kind of compromise down on some of that language. I also agree, like with the teachers, that that would be time consuming and a bit difficult, since they're dealing with, an entire class, and they do so many different things with each student throughout it, so that could make it difficult.
So Tony, I've thought about this a lot since the policy meeting and some of our discussions since then, and I'd like to thank Dr. Driggers for bringing up the calendar idea. My strong preference, because I believe that parents should have visibility into the times when their children are receiving these services and all of that, but my strong preference would be to utilize the Tennessee Pulse program that is in place. I appreciate that other states may have laws that require service delivery logs, but Tennessee does not. Tennessee monitors progress. And so I think we can create a situation where we are combining the best of both worlds
and getting that Tennessee Pulse program modified, updated, to include some sort of a better usable parent dashboard that includes a calendar where service providers would input the child's schedule. That gives the parents visibility. It provides some of that ability to say, oh, I see that they received speech therapy in the morning, and you know, maybe that wasn't working for that child, and so then the parent could call a meeting with the IEP team. So that is my strong preference. I expressed at the policy meeting that going back to paper logs feels a bit antiquated. And I would like to find a way to utilize a tool that providers are having to go into anyway to update progress and provide, you know, there's quarterly reports that are provided, and improving that tool and working through that system versus this policy.
Yeah, the issue with that, though, is it's a state-run system, and so the districts have very limited ability to make any changes to it, and pretty much all you can do is upload documents into it. And it's my understanding there's no, like, parent dashboard at all.
I mean, I'm so serious about pursuing this that I did give Dana, I had a conversation with her, and I asked them to reach out. So I don't know if you want to.
Yes, and thank you for doing that, because it did give us an opportunity to find out some things prior to tonight's meeting. So I'll let Maria jump in if and when I say something incorrectly. Her team, Rachel Seagroves with her team, is our TN Pulse person, and she reached out to our TN Pulse representative. You might remember, I'm going to mention two things. You might remember during one of our policy meetings, we talked about there was a platform for parents, unfortunately, called TN Connect. Most of the time it is not working. So that's not how we are communicating with our parents, because that would just be an extra layer of frustration. But there is in TN Pulse a calendar, a district-wide calendar that would pull that currently is there. Rachel has reached out to our TN Pulse representative and expressed that we would like a calendar. The reason behind it being a tool to communicate with families. Her name is Emma, and Emma was there's been some correspondence back and forth. She is looking at something that could be specific to maybe not a calendar like what we have right now, but something that the district could use as a tool to communicate with parents proactively. That we, in answering Claire's questions, Maria and her team have looked at this as well, and I think we're committed to come up with a solution. I'm not going to tell you right now it is a calendar, but we are waiting to hear back. She's checking with TN Pulse, and then we've got some action steps to make sure the ball doesn't get dropped, that we've communicated with Claire. Mm-hmm.
And they were very, I mean, is this a quote? I love, in all capital letters, the idea for the future. So I think that they will have to push, you know, but where there's a will, there's a way, and we just can't drop the ball on it.
But do we have to have it in policy to make the push, or will it continue to be done?
Right now, there's not a way to put it into policy, because I can't tell you exactly what the final product is going to look like. That's kind of, that piece is out of our hands. Happy to provide, as we know things, happy to provide that information. We'd like to come up with something, whether it's that or something else, that is implemented by beginning of next school year, not 2 years from now, not a year from now. the issue with putting it in policy right this moment is I can't tell you what that is. But
You actually, if I may, triggered a thought on some experiences I've had in different contexts. Sometimes I have seen opportunities for State Department of Education folks to make changes when different people in different departments hear the same ask from different people, right? So hit multiple targets with multiple people to let those different departments know, basically to help them get avoid the risk of it siloing, so that they can work together. I don't know enough yet to know who to contact. I think we need to work a little bit on the specific ask, but I think that's a technique we can use as well.
And I think that's something we can provide to all of y'all. I'm happy to share what I shared with Claire was the email that Rachel received back from our Tea and Pulse representative that she just read with the caps. I love this idea. There are people at the department that we can also tap. Happy to provide that information to y'all so that you can help us push.
Actually, I already reached out and got some names. One of them is going to be Christy Brown that I'm planning to email, so who's the chief academic officer.
I agree. I mean, it doesn't have to be on paper. I'm not saying that it has to be a paper. From what I've researched, there's different apps, different kinds of programs. I know that you can log the data entries into Tea and Pulse now. That's how they do the data progress. I believe you could just do it as an upload to that as well. You don't have to have all the language. You can pare it down. I don't really care how it gets done. I feel like we talk a long way around that we need the data, but we just don't want to commit to a log. And we did have them in the past. And like I said, it is a standard industry practice. So there are many places across this nation where this is employed, and somehow they figured it out. But I think it's needed data for the parents, for the district, for several reasons. But that's my thoughts on it.
So I have a question for you. So if what I've proposed, does that not satisfy you?
If it functions as a log, sure. If it's a calendar is, a best idea. We have calendar now. I don't see where a calendar is going to provide the data.
But doesn't a calendar allow a parent to follow up with the team and the service providers and say, hey, I asked my kid today if they had speech therapy and they said no, and can we
Well, you're
revisit?
assuming, one, that all of these students have the
Well, that's
ability to
true.
communicate
Verbal.
that,
Correct, yeah.
Like in the case of my son, I can't ask him and get that. There are other parents with the same thing. But even in that smaller minority of that, I guess I would, what do you, would a calendar just be that it's a standing calendar that's on there? Or do you think it would be like an entry that they would make on a calendar?
It gives a view into the schedule for the services, and I'm unclear if parents have that right now at this moment, on a monthly or weekly basis, right? And just having that additional transparency then allows parents to ask more questions or call for a meeting, or, maybe there's even a way for the service provider to go in and check it off, like indicate that it was completed, right, on that.
Yeah, like something like that. See, that would
feature.
function as like a log to me in that sense. That I'd be fine with. What I would fear is that it just ends up being a calendar that doesn't really tell us any data at all that we can use from the parent standpoint, or from budgetary standpoint.
Well, I think as a school board, we can, if we're all in agreement that we want certain features on it, then that's, as a school board, we can request that to the Board of Education, you know, right? I mean, we're asking them for their assistance, because I think the biggest issue that I had was that, you know, you have a separate app, and you have, you know, and to log into that, and when you can combine it all in one feature, it's much more reasonable and to be able to accomplish adding that service log.
Yeah, I would
So-
say it's great if
Yeah,
it can be
yeah.
combined into the feature. Awesome.
So I just think
But if it can't, I'm not willing to let it die there.
Sure.
That's
sure, right.
that's my whole point.
Well, and I think now
Yeah.
we need to step up and just need to work with the state and see what they can do for us in Tennessee Pulse. That's a great idea.
I have a question for Ms. Osbrooks. You talked about, you know, some action steps going forward to kind of research how we can make this work through Tennessee Pulse. Can you kind of fill us in on what that looks like on y'all's end?
Sure. Let me pull it up. If you got it. I bet you can. One of us is going to find it. Huh? You got it? No, that's not what I need. No, keep going up. I'm going to the bottom. Okay, so the communication, and I'm happy to forward this to y'all after the meeting. This is a back and forth with Claire, myself, Maria, and Jason Golden about what information we found out from Tennessee Pulse. Our commitment was to continue to press Tennessee Pulse to see what we can make happen before the beginning of next school year. Also look at other options in case it's determined we can't utilize Tennessee Pulse the way that we think that we can. Was my email to Claire, and then Claire has responded with encouraging us to continue exploring both of those paths. Number one, is there some Tennessee-specific tweak that can occur? And if not, is there a platform that meets some proactive communication, is what we have talked about. So that's kind of I was looking for that language, but that was our commitment, our being right here,
Okay.
And-
to Claire, and then Claire's response.
And I had also asked for a clear, user-friendly dashboard, so.
And I would say, I also know
parents.
that their TM Pulse has created certain features in the platform for districts in the past. I don't know, for a fee, of course. I don't know if this is one that they would be willing or able to, but that's where we are, is to see if that is something they would add.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate Mr. Bostic's intent. And I kind of feel like we kind of owe it to ourselves to explore this, to kind of see if we can get the state to work with us. I know I've reached out to board members in other districts to find out what they're doing, and they were in the thick of it with budget and those things, so I haven't heard back from them. So I'm almost wondering, being at the end of the school year, could we think about this and make the right decision, knowing that you know, just to ensure, but I understand your intent to want to have the data there for the parents and to ensure that we might need to hire more speech therapists, and I want to be all about that so we can understand their loads. But being that we have 4 days left of school, you know, I mean, maybe we could kind of take the time to make sure we do this and look what other districts around us do, especially in Tennessee, and also what you guys said about if we can get more districts asking Tennessee Pulse to give us a dashboard, to give us that tool, and if we could pull it back in August and still mid-year even implement this, we don't have to wait a whole school year. But just thinking out loud.
Yeah, I mean, I could be open to that. I think, I feel like the question is kind of separate from the amendment language, because it's either we agree that the data is needed or not. How it gets there can be worked out.
Who's going to compile this data?
That would be, well, it says right down here, it's the responsibility of the service provider.
Right, but it's a responsibility of the service provider to log it. I'm saying who's going to compile it, because you've said one of the big, at least this is what I understood you, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but one of the big benefits was to use this data for decision-making at the district level, whether to, okay. So in order to do that, the data has to be compiled and analyzed and be usable.
Mm-hmm.
And so who's actually compiling it? And that if I go in and say from 12, 17, and 30 seconds to 12, 50, and whatever seconds, we worked on this specific exercise and I'm
Well, it's
typing
not
that
actually
in.
requiring that level of detail. It's requiring what the service was. So if you're providing a speech-language service and
Okay,
you're
well,
going
the
in there
duration
twice
of
a
the
week,
the
yeah.
duration of the total minutes is in here.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So it has to be
So it would
that,
be like if you started at 12:01.
and it has the start and end time of the service.
Mhm.
And it says accurate, timely, and complete.
Mm-hmm.
So either way, whatever, that's specific. So what I'm
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
is it's individualized to the student daily. I don't know how, multiple services during a given session.
No, it would be one service in a session.
Are you,
Yes.
how many services are
It would depend
provided?
upon the child's IEP.
Okay, so.
There could be multiple students. There could also be multiple services, depending upon the goals for each child.
So there could even be multiple students in the classroom at the same time.
From getting services in a small group setting from the SLP.
And it could be different services to the children simultaneously?
It could be. They could be working on multiple goals at the same time.
We're not talking
Well,
about goals,
hang
though.
on, hang on,
Yeah.
hang on, I'm getting my clarification over here. So with this, and each of those individually would have to be logged for the students. So as I'm the teacher, I'm stopping and saying, okay, this student, we did this, we started here, and this student, 3 minutes later, we said, I gotta stop and we do it here. And then we've stopped that activity and now we have to log it, and this one, or this was a group, and so all of those going on, those individual activities, all of which have to be logged.
Well,
Who's
that's
compiling all of that?
Yeah, but that's not actually how it works, though, really. So
mean,
when you are mandating your IEP to receive twice a week a speech and language service for 30 minutes each time, then you have that speech and language service for that 30 minutes. That's your session. I'm not asking about all the different goals. That's done in progress. This is very different from a progress report. This is a base level service log, that they received that service, which is that 30-minute session. What they worked on in the session can be whatever they need to work on. It's just that the service was provided, and I would also just reiterate that the minutes are detailed and mandated by the IEP.
I don't think that that's what this says.
It is what it says.
Well, I don't think so, and our Executive Director of Student Support Services, who has
I know, but
decades of
I'm the one who
experience
wrote
in
it,
this.
and I'm telling you what it says.
Well, I mean, we can actually
Read
see
it,
what
yeah.
it says. Yeah, I did, but.
Is there
but that's not the
anywhere that
imp-
talks about all the different things, the
But
goals?
that's not the
There's nothing
implication.
There's nothing
That's
here
not the
that-
implication of what this
This
says.
has nothing to do with goals. This is just that the service was provided.
I didn't say goals. What I talked about was actually what's being written, what's required to be logged.
Yeah, the date of service, the start
And-
time, the end time, the duration, and if they want to put a note.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Gentlemen, can I interject because
Please.
it's pertinent to this? So on Monday, I went to an elementary school and I saw a kindergarten class of students, and it was during their wind time, and that was exactly to what your point is. Because I asked about, because I decided to ask her after the class was done, what about service logs and how would that work? And so I just want to make clear that, because when she was working that day, there was 4 kids, but there's usually 7 kindergartens working on material. These were gifted students, so they were working on stuff on a computer, right? And she went back and forth with the different kids, and so in that kind of scenario, it would be difficult or impossible to go and log exactly how much time you gave to those individual students, because you're letting them work and then you're going back and checking their work and so forth. So again, you need to make sure that if you want to do a service log in that scenario, that is just a general time. It's going to be that 30 minutes, but you're not actually working 30 minutes with that child. You're working 30 minutes with that group of children on something.
Well, once again, this is not for the teachers. This is for the service providers. So
Right.
teachers would not have
this is a service provider who has 40 students and is required to do this.
Yeah.
And so she would have to go into Tennessee Pulse and it, you can't, it has to be very, like we said, a few minutes, a short adding up, because she's already spending a lot of time already putting in documentation into Tennessee Pulse. And so this additional thing, it needs to be very simple, the date and the time, just a general, so she can get in and out, and if there is anything to add, because they're already putting time into that. And we don't want to take away time from the classroom time to do that, because then you're losing instructional time for these students. And then the other thing is this group of students that I happen to observe, they only one of them had an IEP, but that group of kids may be especially at the kindergarten level, they may be determined to get an IEP as a gifted student. And so if you take up so much time from the providers, think like what you were talking about, where they can't, what I'm trying to get at is they would have to eliminate that 30 minutes of win time for these students, because they would need to use that time during their day to update other service logs for the other kids. So what I'm just saying is not that it can't be done, but it has to be done in a very efficient way. And that's why I like the idea of just using Tennessee Pulse, because if you had another avenue of doing it with an app, then you have to open up Tennessee Pulse, and then again you have to open up this one, and you have to toggle from student to student, and that does add up to more than 15 seconds a student.
Well,
so
I would just, 2 things, what you said. One, if there was only one student with an IEP, then there's only one student that would be required to have the service log.
well, no, because
This is per their IEP. That's all we're talking about.
right, but these students here, if they do give data for these students because I could be.
But we're not talking. But we're not talking about progress data. Once again, this is a separate thing. Also, if the implication is that you've got 5 students and you're doing their 30 minutes all at one time, those students would have to all be working on the same type of service. So it would be the same log for all of them. If you've got students.
Individually, you can't just put it on one log, because
Yeah, no, but you would have the same thing. It would just be 30 minutes for each one. You're not detailing out, well, I spent 5 minutes with this kid and 10 minutes with this kid and 5 minutes with that.
We have to make sure that it works in all different scenarios, because you do have these scenarios.
But this would work in that scenario. That's what I'm telling you.
And that's what I just want to reiterate, that we need to be aware of the different scenarios that comes up. And I think Maria situations, and she'll know that when you know, they're creating that to make sure it works and it doesn't take up too much of the provider's time. Because again, you know, when I was talking to providers, they have gone from 50 students to 60+ students. And like you said too, we can see that eventually their work day is not doable. And you're gonna end up cutting out services for students
I just disagree with the premise on that. I'm sorry.
No, because I've talked to providers and.
I have too.
Yeah,
The lady I talked to right before this meeting, she was like, that wouldn't be a problem at all, what you're proposing. She's like, they were already used to do that. She's like, I don't see where that would be a problem at all. I feel like we try and really, really muddy this up to make it sound like it's way more than it is, and that it's like
Right,
way
and
more
I
difficult
don't want it
than
to be
it
way
is.
more than it is. I want it to work because I do, like, you know, my cousin, you know, says it's a great roadmap. We have parents who say, you know, I love that word, a roadmap, because it does, for those kids who can't speak, it tells you, you know, when is a good time to provide services, in the morning or the afternoon and things like that. So, but we just have to make sure that whatever medium we use, that it works and it doesn't overly burden these providers. Because, I mean, and that's the other thing too, you're asking providers who have more education than the other ones to provide this information when you're not asking it from the other special ed teachers and things like that. And why is that? There's an element of trust in there too.
Mandated in their
so,
the student's IEP to get that service at those minutes.
Right. But I'm just saying, you can ask for, I'm playing both sides to this conversation, but you can ask for communication sheets. You can ask for their daily work. These are all sources of information that the parents can see that the students' services have been provided. So if we can make this work with Tennessee Pulse, I'm in agreement. But if it's going to take an excess amount of time, then I think it's giving an excess burden to our providers, and they are our professionals. So, yeah, let's see if we can make it work.
If I may interject here, I think for the sake of time, I don't want to short circuit a discussion, but I think we've had a healthy conversation about this. I think kind of the ball's in your court.
I do intend to bring the event.
Okay, so if you want to get with Dana or the staff to have that drafted up so that it can be loaded in for into the system, or bring that up on the floor, but have the exact language that you can read out so that we can document it. Or better yet, have it something like this that can be passed around. Yeah. And then we'll just have to, you know, make a determination about where we want to go as a board on that. Obviously, there have been a lot of ideas discussed about different solutions, different ways of getting more information, and, you know, being better at this whole process. So, you know, but go ahead and do what you need to do there. The next one is policy 4.601, student and parent/guardian rights to access tests. This one was, I think, requested by both Tony and Claire to be pulled off consent. So either of you are welcome to speak to that.
Okay. We're the problem children tonight. Yeah, I expressed at the policy meeting that I had concerns with line 19, which states students may review and, when appropriate, retain copies of their tests and quizzes after all assessments for a class section have been administered. And it's just those two words, when appropriate, that I feel like completely dilutes the policy to the point that it really is the same as not having a policy, because it leaves it to the discretion of the teachers. And I think that we can, if we're going to bring forward a policy about tests and quizzes, that it should be written from the standpoint of the expectation is that students are going to get their quizzes and tests back after everyone has taken them. And that's the expectation, not the rule. And the rule is there can be exceptions to that, and those can be clearly defined. And in cases where, and because I understand that, you know, this can vary by grade, by course, that there is a need for certain courses to have, that rely heavily on test banks and CFAs that are legitimate reasons for test security. But I think we can define those, and in the cases where we can't define those because we can't think of every scenario, then it's subject to principal approval, and it's communicated to the parents, maybe at the start of, even at the start of a unit. It doesn't have to be at the start of a course. It might pop up later in the year where a teacher needs to, a test needs to be secure for whatever reason, and so then that gets, you know, approved and communicated. So I had submitted language to Dana, but I know you were at a meeting, so I don't know if it got incorporated.
It did not.
Okay.
I have it.
Okay. So should I read it, or I don't know if that's helpful?
Please, I would recommend reading it, unless it's just super lengthy.
Okay. Okay, so I was basically saying from line 19, where students may review, this is replacing that with a line that was further down, I think. Parents and students, teachers must clearly communicate their classroom assessment policies to students and parents/guardians at the beginning of each course or in the course syllabus. Students may review and retain copies of their tests and quizzes after all assessments for a class section have been administered, except in cases where test security concerns justify restricting access under the conditions outlined in this policy. This access supports learning through error analysis, parental/guardian engagement, and promoting effective preparation for future assessments. In cases where a test or quiz contains secure, reusable items necessary for maintaining test integrity, teachers may restrict the return of that test or quiz. In such cases, teachers should take the following steps: provide students with an opportunity to review their graded assessments, receive feedback, and ask questions. Feedback methods may include, but are not limited to, test corrections, general review sessions, individual conferences, or other formats determined by the teacher. The feedback should be sufficient to inform students of their errors and guide improvement. For assessments not already exempt under this policy, any restriction must be approved by the principal and clearly communicated in writing to students and families at the beginning of the course or unit. The following are exempt from this policy: common formative assessments, CFAs, final exams, and performance-based assessments.
So some of that is new language, but the beginning and the end is basically what's already in the policy,
Correct.
or in the draft, I should say.
Is this in writing anywhere besides your
We
sheet?
did receive an email from Dr. Reeves with it.
What is
so
that?
We did receive an email, so we do have it in writing via email. Now, I'm talking about it's Doctors Allen and Webb, and I think Dana and I received an email from her.
Did the
So
board
we
receive a
we can
copy?
share that with everybody.
Did the board receive a copy of this?
Not to my
No.
knowledge.
No.
And so this is for voting to be considered for second reading Monday night?
Yes.
Well, it was discussed we discussed it at length and didn't have a solution at the last policy meeting, and we had unresolved. We had quite a bit of discussion around it, but
Was it in writing anywhere, again, for the board to review and to, as a
No,
whole, to have
well,
a conversation at the work session? I'm not,
you're asking a question and I was going to answer. And
I'm sorry, you're right.
And so
Please, please.
we discussed it, and and Claire came back to me and said that she wanted to have an amendment. I instructed her to send it to Dana, to do just that. And Dana was out this afternoon, or she was at a conference, so that's why I didn't make it in.
I actually haven't committed to an amendment. I just wanted further discussion about it, which is why I pulled it from the consent agenda. And I did email language to Jason and Dana and Dr. Allen and Dr. Oyer and Dr. Webb last week, and received a response from you on Tuesday, and thought about it further, and we arrived at today. I pulled it from consent so we could discuss it, but I have not made up my mind to amend. I wanted to discuss as a board.
Well, I think it's fair to say,
Well, hang on, I'm still,
we'll finish up.
Well, I don't know that you had the floor. I think Claire had the floor.
you know, you're right, I'm sorry, I was not recognized. Apologize.
Go ahead, Donna.
I was just going to kind of note the history of this policy. We had it at first reading, and then there were massive changes before second reading. And then, I mean, it's almost like we might need a third reading on this, and I've seen this before, because we've made so many changes, because after the second, I mean, I made a request on page 1, line 19, to add parents and guardians may review, because that's what the law says. And we just have students. And, you know, the more I was looking at this before work session, we don't have anything that states about in agreement with state law, which we have on a lot of policies. And then just one more note on the page 3 or page 2, where it talks about teachers and teaching teams. I don't like the verb shall have. I think we should make it more permissive and allow the parents, the teachers, their decision to do reteaching and reassessment. So I just think there was massive changes between first reading and second reading, and so that's why there's this huge shift, which you're feeling, but I think it was a totally different policy at second reading.
I'm not opposed to just pulling it. We don't have to do a third reading. We just don't have to do a second one. So, I mean, we could pull it, take it back to policy in June and come and bring it back. I'm totally not opposed to that.
That's probably wise. Jason, I wanted to raise I had one individual who's a teacher send an email that I thought had a really thoughtful comment. I wanted to get you to speak to it, or anybody on your team. This was the quote from the email. One major concern is that if this becomes policy, all teachers, regardless of their effectiveness or classroom efficiency, would be required to implement retakes. This could unintentionally undermine professional autonomy and create additional burdens without clear evidence of improved student mastery. Teacher scores from the state are wholly based on mastery and student growth. Can you speak to that comment and just how that fits into the premise of this policy change?
Sure, and I'm going to ask our instructional team to speak to it as well. Yeah, at this stage, we don't have an expectation for retakes for everything. We do have an expectation for spiraling back to help students master the standards, and of course those PLC, that professional learning community work that our teachers do. So there's a piece of that in that detail that you gave me that is accurate, but the core of it is there is an expectation to identify what students what standards the student hasn't mastered, and spiral back to help increase the likelihood that those students master it. So you all, Julie, Lee, Dave, can you share some additional detail related to that?
I think it's a great question. It's something that we talk about quite a bit. One of the things that we talk about instructionally is what do we do when a student doesn't learn the content, and it looks a lot of different ways. So as an example, a math teacher may say that on this assessment you have multiple attempts on the same question. So while you're taking the assessment digitally, you get the wrong answer, and then you get a second attempt to try to get the right answer. So it looks a lot of different ways for all of our teachers. And I do agree with what we said earlier about giving teachers the autonomy to figure out what's the best strategy to ensure that the student learns the material. What we emphasize from teaching, learning, and assessment and through our departments in elementary and secondary is that when a student doesn't learn it the first time, we don't stop. And so what happens after that varies greatly from content to content, grade level to grade level, but we don't stop there. So the essence of this policy is, and from our viewpoint, is reinforcing that aspect of it. It looks different, but we don't give up, right? So that may be small group. It may be that our whole class, and when we review the assessment data from the unit test that we just took, that a lot of us missed questions 5, 7, and 8, and that all aligns to the same standard. So the reassessment is I'm going to continue teaching that in the bell ringers for the next 2 weeks, and then I'm going to have problems on our assessment items in our next assessment, reassessing that particular concept. And it isn't a full retake of the full test. I'm just reassessing those items on the next assessment to make sure that you got it the second time. We're not leaving it behind. And so our read and our ongoing conversations as we've been talking about this policy and what Dr. Allen and Dr. Orier and I have been saying is that this isn't foreign to the practice of great teaching. What we want to be careful in this policy, and our caution has been, and we appreciate Ms. Reeves's updates that she sent today. We actually thought it was good clarifying language in today's version. There were some pieces in last week's that we still had questions about, but we were waiting to talk tonight. But you actually addressed some of those things in your next edit. But we are careful and cautious. I love the recommendation, slowing down and making sure we think about all aspects because it is a rewrite. And we do just need to be cautious to that teacher's email. I thought it was a great email. She made very valid points. We just have to be cautious that we're getting to the core of best practice, and that's what we're continuing to emphasize, the core of best practice, and not being so prescriptive that a teacher doesn't have the autonomy to hit that spot of where we need to hit to make sure the student gets the content learned. So we're all for let's get it right, because this is essential work, and this is the body of our work, right, of ensuring that teaching and learning is taking place at a high level and we continue to grow.
So we agree we'll take this back to policy. We'll put the new language into the body of the next draft to have that in front of us. All right. Next item is approval of the school board meeting dates for 2025-26. Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our standard is, as you know, that we have our board meetings the third Monday of every month with a work session the Thursday before and the board policy committee meeting 10 days before that or 2 Mondays before that. So you have these dates in front of you. You can see those references with the asterisks that show either due to a holiday. Well, actually, I think it may be just because of a holiday. We have some asterisks with proposed changes. One key change that we're recommending compared to this current year is for the spring break week, which would happen to fall with a work session and then spring break and then the board meeting, to push that work session after spring break and that board meeting the next week. The calendar will actually work based on county commission meetings as well. So we do expect to recommend approval, but I do encourage you all to look at your calendars and double check some of those.
I made a note after our last policy meeting in January, and that I was going to propose to move the January policy meeting to December, and we could make it any time we wanted to in December, but that January 5th policy meeting just didn't work. We didn't even have anything on the. I think we canceled it because in order to get something on the agenda for the policy committee, we actually have to. Staff's got to work the week before Christmas to get it on. And given the fact that we don't have a meeting, if nobody's opposed, I'd rather have it and it could be any time. It could be the second week of December. It's just one day. It's not like it's not a whole meeting that involves all the stuff. Policy committee, yeah. I know. So, but everybody else does. What do y'all think? So,
I would agree. Yeah, totally.
Superintendent Golden, may we look at those dates tomorrow, because the city of Franklin is now using our building,
To that point, my assistant Lydia just mentioned that the City of Franklin is using the building some, but what we can do is look at some dates in December, have a discussion about it. And if we can find a date, we'll make a recommendation. Of course, we'll talk to you first because you're the chair of the policy committee.
Sure.
And then if we can make a recommendation before Monday night's meeting on that particular date, the January 5th date, we'll bring that to you all. But just as a reminder, the March meeting as proposed actually moves the Monday meeting 1 week later, the 4th Monday.
That March meeting, remind me, so that's when the budget comes through? Will we have the budget before March 19th, or?
Thank you. Yes, our intent is to bring that draft budget to you ahead of that. If I'm not mistaken, we did that in February this year.
Mhm.
So that is still our plan to have that to you for multiple looks.
Okay, good.
All right, so we will vote on those dates Monday night.
With the possibility of there being a different recommendation on the January 5th policy.
All right, next item is approval of the PECA Memorandum of Understanding. Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a PECA process, Professional Educators Collaborative Conferencing Act process, that's laid out by state law. That includes us meeting with our teachers via their association. There's a lot of detail related to that process, but it includes a memorandum of understanding that hits some mandatory discussion points and then potentially some other discussion points. We have a long history with our teacher leaders through the Williamson County Education Association. There's another organization that does have some membership, and there's a formal process to give them an opportunity for a seat at the table based on how many individual teachers choose them. We went through that process, and the WCA is the only entity that does have a seat at the table based on percentages. But that's the process. From a substantive standpoint, Dr. Webb, as the leader of the management team, for lack of a better phrase, put together a memo with a summary of the changes from the existing one, and I'd like to turn that over to Dr. Webb to hit those items.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Golden. And so those specific items that are reviewed and allowed to be in the MOU for conversation are salary, grievance procedures, insurance and benefits, working conditions, leave, and payroll. So this is the year that we look at a complete, potentially rewrite for the entire MOU. We started our conversations by our reference to TCA. TCA gives pretty clear guidance of what this process and what the MOU can look like. We started with a review of what TCA says in these conversations, and then we start with our most recent MOU. And you'll see we have very few edits. We feel like that the last few years we've made some pretty good changes, and we deleted some items from the old MOU several years ago. We feel pretty good about the document that we currently have. So you're going to see primarily some editorial changes in the summary, but you'll also see the meat of the changes are in regards to supplements, which I know that we've spent some time talking about in this group as well. So you'll see attached, I believe, to your board packet, the full 38-page MOU, but the short of it are the changes that you'll see in the board memo, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about those.
Questions or comments?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to make one last comment. I have found this MOU to be good for us over the years because it defines the relationship and minimizes the opportunities for confusion.
All right, we will move on to approval of the 2025-26 pay charts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you all know from a couple of months ago, maybe February, we gave you a draft proposal. I want to speak with some general terms related to pay increase funding, and then drill down to a little bit of specifics, then invite Ms. Hall to speak to it as well. So number one, the parameter that we were given by county government is that they were looking to do a 4% raise across the board for all county employees. And the practice has been a commitment to give us similar funding. Related to that, you all recall that ultimately we let them know if we're going to be able to do that, that creates about a $12 million gap in our projected funding from state and county revenue. That's basically where we still are. And that reference that I gave you when Rachel spoke to the budget is that aggregate number. To do an aggregate total 4% pay increase is about $16 million for us for next year. We let the county commission and the mayor know on the front end of this well before the budget process even started. We did not anticipate making a recommendation for a 4% pay increase across the board because we had set this goal. We had detailed discussions about supplements and about other issues. So we went about the process of analyzing market and analyzing our staffing, and then analyzing some practicalities of some of the work as well. The net result of this is that we are recommending that the bulk of our funding go to teachers. So number one, the pay chart for teachers includes a 2% increase on every cell of the pay chart, except, Vicki, if I'm not mistaken, line 21, which is actually a more substantial increase. So what that means is that pay chart for, say, year 3 experience goes up 2%. So somebody who's currently at year 2 and moves to year 3 is not just getting that 2% increase. It would be based on what they had the previous year. Most every cell in that pay chart really is a 4% pay increase. The line 21 pay increase is a lot more than that because we have identified those teachers who come to us with 21 years or more experience are sent to that pay chart, not to something off the pay chart like our long-term employees who have been getting raises from time to time. So I want you to specifically recognize that the line 21 increase goes from, in this proposal, goes from $69,344 to $76,578. That's a substantial increase, and that's intentional for that recruiting purpose and to be respectful of those more experienced teachers who come in. So that's the basic pay chart. Vicki, I'm going to hit some other elements and then open the door for you to fill in some gaps. The next big piece that we talked about was making sure that we addressed supplements. We have done some major changes to our supplement pay chart. Number one, we have increased the total aggregate budgeting for all our supplements by a little over $1.1 million. So when you see all these numbers, I want you to know we've increased funding by over $1.1 million in our budget for those supplements. Number two, we have placed the art supplements on percentage schedules similar to the athletic schedules. And the detail of that is based on some analysis that we did on market, et cetera. I know, well, I certainly welcome any specific details, but what we do know is that no matter what we have done, questions will come. But those are the key points that we've done with those numbers. I will tell you also, we did not factor this in based on an hourly rate because we know that this work is within the judgment of those coaches and arts directors. And it varies from person to person related to that. So we didn't focus on an hourly rate. We focused on the professional work with a projection of what's that baseline amount that it's going to take to get that work done. And you guys know from what you've heard from so many folks that some people just pour themselves into that. And frankly, in my experience, that's what I've seen with everyone. It's done out of love, and so we're trying to give a respectful increase within that parameter that we have. Next piece on that, with respect to substantial changes, and this is the product of that hard to fill, we are doubling the retention bonus for our special education teachers from $600 to $1,200. Next piece, we are adding 2 days holiday pay for our 10 and 11-month classified employees. You all may recall some discussion related to that. We are also, based on the feedback we received from you in February, increasing the daily rate on substitutes by $10. And you can see that chart that shows those numbers. Each one of those numbers have gone up $10 compared to last year. And I think now, Vicki, I'm ready to turn that over to you for some additional detail after I hit those spots.
Well, I think you covered pretty much all of it. But I'm happy to answer any questions about anything. I do think we covered pretty much everything.
I'm going to do one more.
Okay. Maybe I missed something.
Leadership, et cetera, we have included a 2% pay increase. And so some of the funding for that, for those extras are coming out. And I will say also, most classified positions, we do have a role for most classified positions. We've done a market analysis. We're competitive, if I'm not mistaken, in those classified positions, and our staffing's pretty good, so we're sticking to that as well. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, that's okay. The role for classified is about every 5 years. We go from entry level to 1. They roll then, and then after that, it's every 5 years. So that is a much more substantial increase than a 2%. It ranges somewhere between like 4 and 10% in those 5-year increments. I do think I think you did cover, though, all of the major changes, but if anybody has any questions about anything specific, I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, I was curious with the salaries. Back at the top, can you scroll back up to the top? Was the salaries, the teacher salaries that we were referencing, is it the gross salary or is it net?
It's gross, but
gross, like benefits included?
Not benefits included.
Okay.
No, that's there. So I will do a little bit of explaining about the teacher chart, because it can get a little bit confusing. What we did was we increased the starting pay, that BSNH, by 2%. After that, between let's say you were a teacher in your 5th year this year, between what you make your 5th year this year, current year, and 6th year next year, that will be about 4%. Does that make sense?
It does. And you said that is gross, right?
That's their gross salary.
Okay.
Yes.
So their
like
take
before,
home,
if you mean like before taxes.
Yeah. So
yes.
This is not their take home.
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
This would be traditionally when a proposed employer posts salary, it's that same structure.
What was it, I mean, I guess I could do the math, but, so last year, was it?
Here, I have it.
Oh, thank you, this is what I thought might be.
I have a
what I
question.
thought.
How many teachers do we have with 21 years of experience? Like how many?
21 or more?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know? Well, I'll have to get that for
I'm
you.
going to
I've not-
estimate, based on data, that's probably a couple of years old. If I'm not mistaken, it was over 400 a few years ago.
Ooh. I'll definitely would need a look. I don't want to try to give you a number off the top of my head. I'm just not sure.
Because when I compare the chart to last year, most teachers are only getting about $1,000. And I know you say the steps, so maybe 2,000 at most, until you hit year 21, and then it's a pretty substantial. And I've said it all along that I'm committed to getting this teacher salary to #1 in the state, because we're in the business of educating students, and I want the best teachers. And one of the ways to do that is by salary, because we already have great culture in most of our schools, and we used to not have a teacher shortage. But, you know, we do a really good job of paying teachers until about year 5 or 6, and then the other counties just, you know, and I just, again, I think about the instructional coaching program. If we're investing that much money into that, what if we put that money into this pay scale? How much of a raise would each teacher get? I think it's probably about $3,000 to $4,000 a teacher, give or take the math. It may be more or less. The other concern I have, again, going back to the fact that we're in the business of educating, you know, our behavior specialists, our school psychologists, the extra services that we provide students, they all start at a substantially higher rate than our teachers. And that's a concern for me. I would also want to know how much money for people who make $100,000 and up, like how much money is that? And can we reallocate that? And then the last thing is, I do really appreciate the 2 extra days for our lowest paid people, because when you look at the pay scale, they're only getting about 40 cents an hour a raise. When I did the math, I mean, they're not going to see any difference, to be honest.
Thank you for that. We can answer some of your questions right now, and I'll work my way backwards. So the 100,000, Rachel had actually pulled that can you share that, Rachel?
The total cost for 2% on all of that would be $590,000.
$590,000.
And that's out of a total pot of what that's being attributed to raises across the board, 12 million?
Well, the 12 million not counting the roll. So including
So
the
16
roll we
million.
already committed to at 16.
So 500,000, almost 600,000 out of 16 million, basically. Okay.
So a couple of things I'll say is, you're right about that around the 5-year mark. We definitely have, at some point, have got to focus on those middle years. The year 21, that's really factored on what if they had their step increase with the 2% increase down to year 25. What we really do is pull year 25 up to year 21, because our chart only goes through year 21. And we're hoping that helps to incentivize some teachers to stay, because if they get that big jump at year 21, maybe instead of choosing to go ahead and retire or do something else, they'll stay with us. So that's the motivation behind that. And then you also mentioned the behavior specialist. That is market. They are very hard to come by, and they make a pretty good salary out in the private sector. So that's just something we've had to do in order to keep those people employed.
But how many teachers are we hiring a year on average the last couple of years? I think you said 400 last year.
Yes. No, that's correct.
And then one other thing I did forget, because I think we all got emailed, that the middle school baseball head coach was getting less of a stipend than like the middle school football coach. So I think there were some concerns about, you know, just equity around that.
That's right. That's an example of market driving that. For whatever reason, the market for middle school basketball coaches in the Middle Tennessee region pays more. So when we did that analysis, we compared the middle school basketball to our neighbors, compared middle school baseball to our neighbors, and that's why that one's increased in the middle school baseball.
It's pretty universal that football and basketball pay more than baseball.
And we do that in the high school level?
We do.
Okay. He emailed us, so I
Yeah.
told him I'd bring it up, so.
Yeah, and we certainly welcome all those questions, and that's tough. And I think that's an example of, there's never going to be a plan that satisfies everyone on everything, and it is tough. What we do, I'll give you an example related to the school psychologist. If I'm not mistaken, the school psychologist pay is 1.05 times. Am I correct about that?
It's 10% over the teacher chart.
1.1 times the teachers, and that's that's based on market issues as well. I will tell you that our staffing has improved. This year for our general education teachers, we've been staffed at a little over 99%. We do have some hard-to-fill spots, and of course, people will leave in mid-year, and those are challenges, every single spot that's open. Our special education teachers, I think we're staffed at 97% this year. Our special
Definitely
education,
been better.
I'm sorry?
It's definitely been a lot better, about 97.
And I'll tell you, my differential diagnosis, more likely than not, it's because our numbers have stabilized, right? So we're not facing that growth issue. I'm moving my hands with growth. We're not facing that growth issue that we're having to, hire extra teachers over and above that annual turnover. But to your point, we agree with you, teachers need to be the focus. We've talked about this a little bit. I think it's worth us talking about publicly again. Our per pupil expenditure is very close to the state average. And Rachel, if I'm not mistaken, we're 79th in the state this year out of, it depends on how they count the number of school districts, 148 school districts. There's a couple of state districts that I'm never sure who they're, how they're counting in the achievement school district. That's our per pupil expenditure. Our teachers rank based on the TSBA numbers, and it's hard to tell because they talk about ranges, but it's up in the 20s and 30s, somewhere in that range. We're doing what we can with the funding we receive to put money towards our teachers. Some of that's because of less staffing perhaps than some others, but some of it is because we are putting that focus on it. Ultimately, if we're going to get to that point you're talking about, it's going to take a combination of things, right? It's not just one solution. But one of those has to be increasing funding. And that's been talked about, right? That's been talked about a lot at the state level. And so anyway, I think it'll be a work in progress on an annual basis.
Jason, if I may, on the, I guess I totally agree on the low end of the scale that we've made some market adjustments historically, and we probably, I'd like to do it more often, but the percentage raises don't really make much of an impact there. But I don't want to. I hate that every time we bring this up, it's like we demonize our principals and our leadership that we also want to make. I know they're at the higher end on the scale, and that should not be something that we should be ashamed of. And when you look at, and I did these numbers last year, I didn't do them this year, but I did the numbers, and the impact of a raise on that small group of people that does make a living wage here, and looks more like the Williamson County community than the teachers do as far as on average. I don't begrudge them to increase if we're giving if the county wants to give a 4% raise to everybody. I don't think we say everybody, but all the leaders who are making this thing run and doing all the work. Not that teachers don't do the work, but the administrators are doing their jobs too. And I don't see why we need to say we can't do both. When you look at the numbers and you spread out that small amount of money over the 3,000 teachers or however many, it's a relatively small amount of money, but I know it makes a point, and we've got to, we want to give it all to teachers, but we got to have leadership too. So my point.
Thank you for that. I'll give you the number answer to that. One of our goals was to increase supplements, and has to come from somewhere based on the funding we have available. So that $590,000 for 2% for those over 100,000, $1.1 million increase in supplements. That's a large chunk of where that came from. But I got it, I know it's getting late, but we've talked about this, and I think it's worth reiterating as well. Leadership matters. And those building leaders matter. And so, to your point, we agree with you on that. So both Dr. Johnson and you have made good points about that need.
I have just one quick question. I had a conversation with a TA this week, and she was, and we might have talked about this previously, but she had brought up about how it's hard for them when they have to go those 2.5 months without pay. And she had mentioned that I think some time ago, she said they used to offer it where they could stretch that payout over 12 months. And she was like, that is extremely helpful because for her in particular, just for their family, she has to then try and find part-time work, some type of work in those 2.5 months to try and make up that budget shortfall for their family. And she was like, that would help tremendously. Is that an option at all?
Through us, it's not, and here's why. The wage and hour laws do not allow us to delay giving pay for work that long. The teachers have that, and our structure for them is it's annual pay for 10 months, for a 10-month contract, and we stretch that through the summer. For those hourly staff members, we do not have that option through WCS because of the federal wage and hour laws. Now, I have heard of stories about certain banks that will structure that and help individuals plan that and stretch it through those summer months. That might be worth us re-exploring. I know we haven't had that conversation in recent years.
Was it like a change? She just mentioned that it was something that they used to do.
We used to, but I'm ballparking. It's been a dozen years ago.
Got you.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, maybe whatever we could do, I would appreciate that looked into, just because I know she talked about how it makes it a real struggle for them, and you know, they already make, I mean, pretty little to begin with, and so any way to kind of help them, you know, I think that would be great if we could somehow.
And had you said the 2 extra days would be like spring break for them?
Yes, and yes, it's spring break. We did Christmas time, the winter break
Because
a few
they already
years
have
ago.
5 days there. Or
That's right. So
something like
we
that.
decided on spring break for that.
And one of those days was what, 400,000? Is that what it costs to
Rachel,
add
do you
one
remember?
day?
I was thinking
I
it
think
was
that
less
was the
than that.
number. Oh, so
Yeah.
the 2 days was 400-something thousand.
Any other comments, questions on that? Well, I just want to say on behalf of all of us, thanks for that work. I know that was a substantial amount of work, a lot of adjustments, and was laid out early in the year, early in the fiscal year, the school year, that was a priority. So really appreciate all the effort to try to make those adjustments and be responsive.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to, since you thanked me, I want to specifically thank Vicki and her team, Rachel. I know our instructional leaders worked on this. The WCA was deeply involved in this as well. Those are the ones who should take credit for that, especially the work that was done on the supplements.
Okay. We have 3 items that were brought by board members as topics for discussion. One of those being screen time committee schedule, one being a booster leadership council, one being athletic fund advisory committee at each high school. So let's take these one by one. And I'll say on the screen time committee, it might be helpful to start with a little bit of a recap. So we all know that we established the committee about a month ago. We set it up intentionally so that each of us as board members could appoint someone to that committee. We have Tanya and Melissa serving on there representing the board. And the committee met on Monday. So it'd be good, I think, to give a brief readout of that meeting. And then if you two want to weigh in, feel free. And then maybe from that, kind of go into some of the thoughts that you and others had about the schedule. And how to go forward with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start it, and then I certainly welcome either of the board members who participated. Dr. Allen is here. He observed and participated kind of like I did, in and out. And I know Jenny Lopez, who is here. Of course, you all know her. She led the discussion to start. I was there for the first hour and a half or so, then I had to go to the county commission meeting. And so there were some conclusions reached that I'm going to need y'all's help on. I've heard it secondhand. So they got started, of course, did some icebreaker shares about who they were and what they were interested in. I got to tell one quick story about a dad who said, and I'm against cell phones. He said, well, what I mean is I'm against social media. And so some of those discussions were had there. I'm going to give this nutshell to you all, and you all fill in. One theme that we heard repeatedly from the participants, which included parents, teachers, administrators, school board members, was a substantial focus on cell phone usage. That was a big piece that came out of the initial meeting. Jenny and her team set up a structure to help prioritize with a pretty detailed structure of really 4 main areas of focus with their thoughts on it. And so with that very small nutshell, I want to turn it over to Dr. Allen or Ms. Lopez or Ms. Hibma or Ms. Wyatt to share any details.
If it's okay, I'd like Ms. Lopez and Ms. Davis, our instructional technology director. Andy and Jenny kind of led that, set it up great, really established kind of what the work of the committee was, and then really allowed the committee to give feedback on, the objectives and the timeline as well. So lots of good discussion. We thought it was a great first meeting, surfaced a lot of conversation. But Jenny and Andy, if you want to go through a little bit more specifics, that'd be great.
Thank you. The committee really was provided what the work would be in terms of the structure of the meetings and how that will be laid out for the entire time that we'll meet. We also discussed deeply what the 4 topics are. And again, I'll just go through those 4 topics. The 4 topics that we're going to explore are integrating technology. And that's really like how we integrate technology in the classroom for instructional purposes. Screen time, so how much screen time our students are exposed to during the day. Personal devices, and that's like the cell phone conversation about how students are using cell phones in school. And the last one is parent resources, and that's just allowing the committee to provide resources to the community about cell phone use and all these topics. So Andy provided an opportunity for the committee to walk around the room and actually explore each topic deeply and then provide feedback on that topic and what kind of resources they wanted for that topic, what questions they had about the topic. What other questions did we explore?
Data and information that they wanted to have in order to make informed decisions.
That's right.
And then was there anything that needed to be edited or added to that particular topic?
That's right. So we had lots of feedback, and so we did that for all 4 of the buckets of work that we're going to do. So we had lots of feedback on that. And then we provided kind of the layout of the meetings. We also provided like the order that we're hoping to tackle these four buckets of work, and the dates for next year. So there was actually lots of feedback on that. There was great interest. We were going to start with instructional technology because that's actually the work of like using technology for instructional purposes, which is what Andy's department is all about. It's the work that we have been wanting to do. So we were going to start with that. There's lots of feedback on interest, actually, from the committee about starting with cell phone use first. So we are ready to Andy's already put together all of the feedback we have, and she separated it into the 4 pieces. So we are taking our time, our group, Dr. Allen and Andy and I have time set aside to look at all of the feedback and then return back to the committee with some next steps. So the committee did ask for some information, some research, some policies, laws related to technology use. That was emailed out today to the whole committee. So the committee has a lot of homework if they want to dig in. It's certainly not, we told them it's certainly not required. It's several hours of work if they get in and start looking at everything we emailed. But we provided lots of information as background just to level set where we are. So anyways, we'll be emailing the committee back by May 22nd to let them know where their feedback, what their feedback was collectively, and then how that's going to adjust maybe our timeline or maybe even move around the topics that they're interested in. And of course, it gave us a lot of information on what they want to be provided with. So that's going to help us set the course for the work.
And if I can just add some specifics on the cell phone, it was an interesting conversation, and the sense that I think we got from what we heard from the committee was a sense of urgency to address the cell phones, in part because of the new state law requiring you as a board to adopt a policy related. And so they felt like that we needed to rush to get that information in to meet and provide feedback and work toward having something in place for a policy. Our take on that is the state law requires kind of a baseline that we have to have. It's restricting it during instructional time, allowing students to use it in the case of emergency, the policy that Dana will be working with us on. So there's a baseline to that. And then our take is there's probably an area where as staff we could make some recommendations that we could bring to you that may even go above that baseline a little bit. But then there's an area that's above that committee wants to talk about, that we feel strongly that it would be of our interest to make sure that we're including our larger community in on that conversation with our committee. So when you start talking about some larger restrictions and things that maybe some other districts have done that we're reviewing with the committee, for example, restricting complete access at the middle school, which a district, one of our benchmarking districts did in the middle school. I think that's an area where our advisement would be we need to open that up to the community at large to make sure that we're getting a broad range of opinion on that. Our small sample size is that opinions vary greatly on that. That some people want complete restriction from cell phones during the school day, and other parents feel like that they want the opportunity to have their parent rights are to be able to send their phone to school with their children so that they can communicate with them for rides and different things that happen during the day, or be able to get in touch with them in an emergency situation. But it was enlightening to us, and we're happy to take on that conversation at the beginning. Part of what we were setting up as part of the process and starting with instructional technology was to update our committee on what we actually do, what our philosophy is on integrating instructional technology into our curriculum. But there's a real sense for us, let's start with the cell phones. And so we're happy to do that and adjust the outlet of the committee to do that. But I think, I just want to reiterate, I think part of the rush was in regards to the policy.
Do you mind if I ask a question? Do you all have yet a projected date of when that committee might potentially make recommendations for cell phones alone? Because I know one of the concerns that was brought up for this topic was the timeline.
Our first meeting is August 12th, and then our second meeting is in September. It's the second Tuesday of September. I think by that time, if the committee has come to consensus on what it is that they want to recommend, it would be at the earliest in September.
But that would be for the higher level detail of policy, not the baseline policy, right? Because that's due sooner than that.
Yeah, I would refer to Ms. Osbrooks on that, and making, my understanding is we have to have a policy in place by July 1st.
The law goes into effect July 1. I will say this, and I know you'll know it, but it's 10:35, so I'm probably going to state the obvious. We look at policies often, There are baselines that have to be in the policy. There are also, we can do more than what's allowed in the policy. But I do recommend, and I will be recommending something at the June meeting to be in just so y'all kind of keep that in mind as we're looking at a timeline. And remember, we can change policy with 2 readings at any point.
Yeah, I mean, I just want us to have the expectation that we'll have a baseline per the law, and then we'll add, based on the meetings in August and September, potentially add more to it. Why don't we hear from Melissa or Tanya, and then we can go to some of the particular issues that were raised by board members about the process and the schedule.
I'll just elaborate a little bit on the meeting. I felt like there was great interaction. We all came in, it was kind of free seating, and then we were divided into grade bands. So that let us meet the people just at our table that we happened to sit with, and then within our grade band that we'll be working with. So we traveled around, like they said earlier, to the 4 different stations. So, and I thought that that was, like I said, just a great way to meet other people on the committee. I think that y'all did a really nice job asking for feedback. I know you said you're still going through all of that, but I think that that was, whether written or spoken feedback, I felt like that was helpful. And then also just explaining the way the meetings are going to go. Like they said earlier, of the 4 topics, we'll meet twice. So the first meeting, there will be like guest speakers, information presented, all of that kind of stuff, and then you'll be doing homework in the middle. Come back for the second meeting, ready for discussions and decisions. So I thought that that made it clear what the expectations were on the committee, and then if you can't be there, again, back to getting to know the other people in your grade band, that you're going to facilitate communication within that grade band to represent the opinion of the group. So I thought that it went really well. I agree with the thoughts that I do think there is a really big interest in our community, and just what can we do to help students separate themselves from their phones? You know, how can we help teachers? I just think that back to like mental health, like Dr. Driggers said earlier, that I just think that it's really important, and people are you know, there's more information out there now, there's more science. These kids have had phones for many years now, you know, and I think this is a great opportunity for us. So.
Yeah, it was a very good meeting. I enjoyed meeting all those new people, and we had some really good discussions. When I was over at the station for the cell phones, you know, in my group there was, of course, parents and teachers and principals, and they were talking about, you know, the policy coming up for the cell phones, and so I kind of explained that a little bit to them, and then I asked them point blank, because I was hearing different things, and I says, well, are you guys saying that you want the school board to create a policy for, you know, cell phones? I mean, we have to anyway, but I'm saying I think they were saying they wanted the school board to take the initiative, because as teachers or principals, they didn't want to be the ones to say no to the parents. And from all the research, well, it's true, because from all the research is that you are going to get the most, I wouldn't say arguments, but just, pushback from the parents, because again, they want to make sure they can get a hold of their child during an emergency, or like for the rides, and then like one of the principals says, you know, if there's an emergency, those children should not be on the phone. They should be listening to me, you know, the principal, and I'm going to give them instructions and things like that. So they do want our guidance, and so I want you guys all to know that I think is, you know, what I got from the group and from other people at the meeting. And I'm interested in knowing, and I don't know how we go about this, Josh, but finding out to what degree the school board is interested in how far we want to go, so that when we have that first meeting in June about the cell phones, you know, what are we looking at? Are we just looking at the floor, or do we want to limit it more, like, you know, during the hallways and during their free time, you know, for example, especially like at high school, so that they have phone-free days? And how would we go about getting a consensus to what the board's interested in?
My initial reaction to that is that in the June meeting, when we adopt an initial policy, it may just only be able to say what the state law says. And then we're not gonna, it may not be good for us to go beyond that until the committee meets. I think I heard it was August and September. Did I hear that correctly? So until that discussion happens with the committee, we may not have enough to go on to add more substance to it. That's just my initial thought.
Yeah.
What questions, I know a couple of board members at least had raised a question about the schedule and other aspects of the committee. You want to speak to those of you who raised those?
Well, I certainly raised that, and I'm curious if there were parents on the committee had raised that issue. I know that I received an email from a parent who's serving on the committee who, it was like he read my mind. I did not appoint him. And he also wanted to reduce the timeline. I think that a year, and I understand wanting to be diligent and gather feedback, but I also think that there's a happy medium somewhere in that devoting a full year to this when at least for my constituents, it's been very clearly expressed that tech use in the classrooms, and it's not just cell phones, it's Chromebooks as well, is a high priority for them. I get calls from parents about instructional time and the amount of time on Chromebooks. So I feel like that data could be starting to be pulled now. And we talked about or at least shared with the committee while the conversations about cell phone usage is happening. But I don't know what, you guys were there, I don't know what other parents on the committee said for the timeline.
I can speak to that a little bit. I did let them know when I gave my introductory comments that we did want them to be empowered, the committee to be empowered to alter the timeline if they felt like it was appropriate. My opinion is that committee ought to be the driver of it because they know the work they're doing. To your question about gathering data, we are in the process of doing that. We'd given you some preliminary data. I think we had pulled some snapshots, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Allen, from October. We gave that to you maybe January or February. And so we're in the process of getting some more data to see if those snapshots, I think it was weekly snapshots, to see if we can get some more data that gives a picture that might not be isolated to just that time. So for what it's worth, that was my thinking. I do believe that the committee, and you all of course participated, did give some direction that especially for personal devices, they're going to be ready to make some recommendations much quicker than that, 12 months. I think that's what you all iterated. The other side of that coin is we know we're going to need to communicate with families if in fact the recommendations are substantial. Theoretically, a parent can manage their child's cell phone use themselves, but maybe they need that help too, right? And so that's part of what's got to be explored as well.
So as you were saying, Josh, in June, if we set up a base policy for cell phones, but then like say down the road in 2 months when school gets in, then we can update that policy immediately.
That's right.
If we choose to.
That's right.
Okay.
So my thought is a little bit broader. I mean, stepping back a little bit and just understanding how we got here. The board expressed its collective interest just from a consensus that we address this thing, and Jason kind of took the lead and did it. In doing so, the board really didn't do anything more than say we want to look at this. And so what I see in this process is that that's all we did. And Jason went, and then when Jason came back in and he gave us the year-long timeline, me and I think others were like, that's not what I was thinking. I was like, Jason didn't read my mind. He didn't read it collective mind. He didn't really, not that, I mean, he talked to people, but he did it, I mean, just took it on himself, and that's fine. That's what he does. But if the board chooses to say, we'd like to compress that timeline and get a recommendation so that we can make a suggestion or do whatever board action we want to by November or January or whatever the date is. I mean, that's in our prerogative, right? And so we don't have to just accept that, or maybe we think, okay, well, we like your thought process and that makes sense, but we don't have to. So I just, as I was thinking about this, I came up with a concept just called a board directive. I was thinking, I was like, these are not policies, right? They're not resolutions that are virtually meaningless and kind of go non-binding. They're opportunities for us to clarify what our wishes are. And I've heard a couple of times tonight of things that might be clear on. One would be the start times thing. If consensus is enough and that's all the detail that we need, then we can just be okay with, okay, yeah, we all agree, yeah, let's move on. But if we want to put parameters on it, if we want to be specific in any way, then we only lead by a vote of the board. And so I'm all in favor of, and just wanted to throw it out there to see what you guys think about potentially kind of codifying that and whatever, even if it were just, hey, we want you to do this, we like the direction, everything that you said, just do it by November. So just want to get everybody's thought process on that. It's just kind of a concept I was thinking about.
Yes.
Yeah, I spoke to the gentleman I recommended to come, and he was very satisfied with the committee. He thought it was a wonderful thing. He said you could probably speed up the process some, but we've still got to give staff time to, get involved with it and get all the issues taken care of. And, because you can't just pull the Chromebooks out, period, and, pitch them or whatever. It's going to take time. There's got to be a time frame to do that. So just consider all that. But I'd like to see it go a little faster also.
Well, one thing I'll add, and I was going to talk about this, is because I've asked for like a district technology plan a couple of times, and I know I got a spreadsheet with like when Chromebooks are going to be purchased. So the screen time, I was a little concerned about the narrow scope, but it sounds like you are at least trying to take a broader scope of like instructional technology and what do we want that to look like in the classroom, not just screen time. So I'm excited to hear that, and that will take a little more time but I think maybe we do, you can do it in chunks like this. I think the cell phone's going to be first, then screen time, and then I would love to see come out of this committee, what is it that we want to see happening in the different classrooms around instructional technology integration?
So that brings up another question of like work product of the committee. And so related to instructional tech, would it be a formal instructional tech plan for the district by school type, elementary, middle, and high? Does something like that exist?
Yeah, I don't know that there will be that kind of detail out of this committee, but I think there will be enough detail to allow us to use their recommendations to create that. You all fill in anything if you'd like to.
So we've had one committee meeting so far, and seems to be some confusion on what the scope is. We're not sure what the work product is, but we need to speed it up and make a decision on it quicker. Seems a little disconnect on that. Also, I think there needs to be some more teacher involvement too when we're talking about screen time in the classrooms. That's not a, well, first let me say I haven't sat in a classroom in a while. So to be able to say I have firsthand knowledge of what that actually is, I don't have that myself. Maybe someone here has, but I don't know. I haven't sat in a classroom with kids in a while and watched during an actual school day. And I don't think it's, my hunch is it's not a straight line number either, that the screen time in a middle school art class versus a high school physics classroom, there's probably a different amount of screen time given the material. So if we've already got an end in mind and a goal that we want to see accomplished, then frankly, I feel like the committee's a bit of a sham, and we're doing a disservice to people to ask them to sit on it if we're just going to ignore the recommendations and just do whatever we want again. So perhaps it would be better to sort of define what we're looking for first, and then what we're trying to accomplish, and then be able to sort of set the timeline on it without instead setting a timeline and figuring out what it is we want to accomplish at the end of that timeline.
So I have a question for both of you ladies. As I was listening to Jay's recommendation, one of the components of the 4 different sections is 1 week we discuss technology, and the next week or the next month we decide on the guidance for that, the guidelines. So my question is, can we bump that up so that we have those 2 meetings instead of over 2 months, we make it in 1 month? So we have the meeting on the technology, and then 2 weeks later we discuss what the guidelines could be. Just as I'm just throwing that out from this discussion.
That's a great question. Thank you for that. So part of the plan of that is that gathering a lot of that, because it is some instruction. And one of the things that we learned from the committee is that we have some teaching to do as well. We have some teaching of vocabulary, like passive and active technology use. We have some teaching to do around different types of federal and state laws that we have to be in compliance with. We need to teach around our framework for blended learning and instructional technology use in the classroom. And so part of that thinking is that you have time that first session to really come in and learn and ask questions, and that's why we asked for what data do you need? What information do you need us to provide for you and be able to make that informed decision? So we wanted to really spend some deep time with that, allow those grade band committees to really discuss what we talk about during that session, and then give any additional research, because there's a lot of research, and you all have shared a lot of research, and we're really trying to curate it in such a way where we're showing all sides of the research and where it's not biased. And so we want everyone to have time to go away, sit with that research, really think about it, and then come back and with guiding questions, right? So it's not just, here, go read this. It really is about, here's some things to think about. Here's the outcomes that we want you to be able to start working on when you come back to us. So can we shorten it? Yes, we could. But I am concerned that maybe it would minimize the deep thinking that we want to have around these conversations.
The other thing I just want to mention, I know that it's a full year, but we're making recommendations along the way. So it's a full year, but by September, you're going to have a recommendation from the committee on personal devices. And then by November, you're going to have some recommendations on guidelines, perhaps, for educational technology, instructional technology in the classroom. So although it's a full year, it's not going to take us a year to come back. That's going to be something that we can deliver every couple of months. So we are concerned about rushing this timeline. If that's the wish of the board, we'll certainly work with it. We are concerned about the amount of work that we're going to be asking everyone to do. Everyone in the committee is going to have reading to do. They're going to have some research, some discussion questions with their groups. So it can happen, and we can rush this and do it in a shorter timeline. But the deep level of questions and discussions, this is a really, really heavy topic with a lot of opinions and a lot of research to read, a lot of laws to get into. So although we can rush it, we really are then asking people to do a lot in a very short period of time, and we may not get the extensive amount of work that this is going to require.
And I just want to add one piece too. Through the conversations that I heard at the Screen Time Committee, there are some things that are taking place that may be getting communicated to you that maybe that aren't necessarily getting communicated to us. That's low-hanging fruit that we don't need to wait on a Screen Time Committee to address. If we have people saying, get your work done early and then you could use your cell phone in class, those are types of things that we want to address immediately. We don't need a Screen Time Committee to say that that's not good practice. Students taking Chromebooks out on recess instead of being active on recess. Now, there may be an individual reason for that particular student that's happening, but I, as a principal, would certainly want to know that, or us in the positions that we're in. So there are some things, there are some of these one-offs that I think that some people may believe are common practice that are not common practice for us. So those are good conversations for us to continue to have and know about outside of the Screen Time Committee work too.
Dave, could all those things be included in that baseline July 1 policy?
Well,
or in some form or
I kind of started to go down that road, and then I'm good at reading the room, and I think Dana may have been a little nervous with that, and even Mr. Brown kind of a little said, hey, we probably just in June might just have the baseline policy, but
some of those examples are what that new law says, right? And it's not just that new law, it's also the recess law, right? So the combination of the new laws will do some of that baseline stuff.
There's definitely conversation that staff could have that we could make some recommendations that may go a little bit beyond that we feel would not be disruptive to our community without having a conversation with our community at large, to answer your question. Now, whether we get there or not for a June policy, that's for Dana and Mr. Brown and Mr. Golden to determine.
I would like to encourage you to have those conversations. That would be really helpful to have the policy suggestions in June.
And another thought was that I got from the principals and the teachers in our group is they would like to have consistency across the district because right now some schools like Oakview, the kindergartners do not use Chromebooks, and another school they do. So I just want to throw that out as just another thing that when we're making all these things, that's what they really want. They want the board to be making these decisions, and they want it to be across the district. And I think that's really important because there's consistency, and then the kids aren't confused. Why does this school get to do this, and why not at this school? So that's just another little fact I wanted to put out there.
Speaking to the point about the directive, a couple of thoughts about that just from my perspective is that there needs to be, to me, a built-in level of accountability by the mere fact that the board is talking about it, and by the mere fact that we've set up a committee to look at it, and we've been serious enough to set that up and establish who's going to be on it, deliberately put parents on there for their engagement and involvement. So to me, there's an aspect of accountability that comes with that we need to, in my opinion, trust. I think there's probably going to, the time where the board will get specific about what it wants to do will come when the committee does some of its work and comes back with recommendations that's when I think we get to say, this is what we want or what we don't want. That becomes a matter of how the district functions. I also think that because we have 2 board members sitting on the committee, that it's an opportunity for us, if we have issues or questions, to feed that through them and say, make sure the committee takes this up, or make sure that that's being voiced. So, I mean, I know where you're going with the spirit of that, and we've talked about it, but I don't know that I want to get so prescriptive personally that we don't let the process play out.
Well, I guess part of it comes from, like, I mean, I've heard Margie say a couple of times, like, hey, I've asked for this a couple of times and I haven't gotten it. And so, like, staff has to, I mean, we asked Jason for, I mean, if all of us asked for Jason for our wish list, like, he wouldn't get to do, I mean, he'd delegate it all day. Jason wouldn't pull anything. He'd tell, but everybody would be.
It's not totally true. I pulled stuff.
But everybody would, I mean, they'd all be running around. Whereas if we really want something done, the only way for us to ensure that something gets done is that we bring it to the board. If it's important enough to the board, then we all vote on it. And that's our, because otherwise we don't have a way to make Jason do anything. Like, a lot of times he's responsive and he does stuff because he's, I mean, he wants to be helpful, and if we have good ideas, he wants to do things to the extent that he can. But otherwise, it's our only voice. And I think we go around and we harbor ill will sometimes if we talk about something and then Jason doesn't do it, or Jason doesn't do it like we want, but we never actually had a board conversation about it. So.
If I may, Mr. Chair, a couple thoughts I have related to this, and Jay, you give me a couple of prompts. So number one, I do get multiple requests from multiple board members, and sometimes your requests conflict with each other. Right? So philosophically, well, another piece is sometimes, to use Adam's line, there's more work than there is summer. Right, that he mentioned a few hours ago. So philosophically, I agree with that, but I from my perspective as the chief executive, I also want to make sure that there's a balance, because yes, if it's the will of the board, I want to honor that, but it's difficult when I'm told, we want you to do this and this is exactly how we want you to do it. And so there's got to be a balance in giving us the professional discretion to determine how to get something done that's the will of this legislative body. And I think more strategic discussions, like Josh suggested, we have late this summer, those kinds of things will help. For example, we made a commitment to the board 8-9 months ago that we were going to present information on the I'm having a mental block because it's late. Thank you. Start times. And I had a couple board members afterwards say, why'd we talk about that? Well, because months before even some of you were on the board, that strategic plan was developed. So I think there's value in continuing those strategic discussions. I think that will answer some of those questions.
It's a little bit like, since you brought up the goals, and we already talked about goals tonight, it's a little bit like that. I mean, we give Jason goals, but we don't necessarily say in those goals how to do it. We just say, this is what we want you to do. So that's kind of how my analogy would be that I think we've made it clear, in the case of the screen time issue, we made it clear that we want this to be addressed, and we think it's high priority. And one of the tactics we've used is to set the committee up, and we've gotten to have parent and board input on that, which is somewhat unprecedented. So I think, anyway, I don't need to say anything else about it, but it's just my viewpoint.
Well, and just to wrap up, I'm very pleased that I heard the different scope or timing of the committee will be to provide kind of feedback and work product along the way. That changes a lot for me. I mean, if they're doing the things in priority, and if we all, I mean, but what I would ask, if we largely disagreed with that priority, we would step up and say, no, we don't agree. So if we can get consensus, like it's not bad. It's just when if if it gets off the rails, to Eric's point, like, I don't want to let the committee go too far without, and we're checking in. I don't want them to go to a place where we didn't really want them to go, or they get off the track from our expectations to the point that we discount the work that they've done. And I'm not saying that we actually have to implement whatever exact strategy they have. They're providing us with feedback and data that we're gonna have to make a final decision that has more parameters than maybe that they're even being given in their work. But I like that gate to get
Yeah,
feedback on personal devices, then technology in the
I agree.
classroom. Like,
Yeah, that was really encouraging, and maybe one of the best things I heard all night was that the committee adapted itself already to prioritizing cell phones over everything else. I mean, that alone tells me that, at least personally speaking, that it's accomplishing what I hoped it would, which is that the committee's actually driving the conversation rather than it being driven for them. All right, anything else on that?
So, after all this conversation, I understand they're going to be prioritizing cell phone or personal device usage, and we're going to be getting feedback along the way on that. Can we set an expectation for when? So that would be September, October. I did notice that the August, September. I did notice that, what is it? Your first goal, bullying. The task force on bullying is meeting over the summer, June and July, and it has parents on it. So I guess one question I would ask is if there's an appetite among the committee members to meet to tackle that first objective in June and July, could that be proposed to them and just see if it could be scheduled?
We had some conversations about that. I think it was I think there were people that had an appetite for it. I think lots of people in the room knew they would not be available depending on when. I think it's really hard to get this full committee during the summer when there are going to be, no matter what date we select, you're probably going to miss about 50% of the committee. I think if this is going to affect policy, and policy has to be written in June anyway, we're going to have a hard time getting those recommendations in front of the board in time for that policy. So we might as well take our time and really have the full committee there, because I do suspect that if we do it over the summer, we will be missing a lot of the committee members. And I'd hate for somebody who's really passionate about the topic to not be there because they've scheduled vacation or whatever the situation may be. Also, a lot of our teachers are working over the summer. Because we have summer camps, and a lot of them work over the summer. So some of them may not be available over the summer as well.
And to be real clear, the wireless communication policy is going to be written in May, because remember, policy will be the first Monday in June. So it's almost finished.
And that will be, because it has to be by timeline, a first and final reading, will it not?
It will be, because I anticipate, well, at least my draft will be the floor of the law, what we have to have, and then, like I mentioned,
we'll add to it later.
you can add to it later. Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything else on that? All right, good discussion. Thank you. Booster Leadership Council. I know that was originally your idea, so you want to start with it and see what, get feedback from.
It'll be real quick. I mean, so this is one of those things that that I've been talking with Jason about for the last 6 years, and we finally.
I don't recall all 6 years, but I'll give you
maybe 5. But But I think, I mean, his comments earlier about the PTO and just my thoughts behind it are essentially, I mean, part of it is in helping to accomplish one of Jason's goals about broadening the scope of fundraising and work with outside parties, and our boosters are highly engaged and know that there are capital items that need to be that they want to be purchased that aren't going to be purchased by the district, and the only way to do that is to join forces with each other, and they're gonna be having the vehicles of the video boards to facilitate that, but it's really clear, having talked to multiple PTO presidents and members, booster club presidents and members, that there's little to no communication between. They're out there on an island. They take over as president, and they're like, man, what do I do? So it just, they need that structure that the PTOs have had and have been good for them, but they also need the collaboration, and we need to be seeking their ideas as a district to say, what do you guys need? So it's that bilateral communication, and so Jason set it forth okay to go. I'm hopeful I can help facilitate them wanting to do that. I know Jason wants to kind of put it in their court.
And I'll piggyback on that. I think it's time to do it. Like I mentioned, the athletics issues have some similarities, but they also have some differences. The PTO leadership has grown out of it, but we had that process in for 11 years, somewhere around there, and so I do think it's time for that.
So, just in the spirit of kind of thinking about more the tactics of that, where do you think that goes next?
Well, I don't need a directive, in that context, because I've already made the commitment. So my plan is to get access and communication with all the presidents and put something together at a date that works with them, and give them our basic vision for that, and get their vision as well. One thing I know that, Mr. Chair, you and I have talked about, I think in this context, is that the participants need to want it, right? It needs to not just be a directive from me. So my plan is to invite them for discussions, tell them what this has the potential to be. And that's kind of how we handled the PTO leadership a dozen years ago. I was involved in that as well.
Good.
Yep.
Any other comments on that? We could drag this out to midnight if we wanted to set a record. But.
Well, it's not. It's not a record. Maybe on topics brought up, but not on time. We've had some late nights. But no, this one came up for me, and I worked with Rachel, and she was great pulling some data. But it comes from personal experience, but also just in general. What we figured out was we all know that the PTOs and boosters provide about $14.5 million last year to our schools. But what gets lost is all the other non-taxpayer funds. Those are obviously all non-taxpayer funds, but all the other non-taxpayer funds that flow through our schools. And the biggest pot of unrestricted dollar, well, it's restricted but discretionary for athletics, is there's about $5.5 million that flows through the athletics funds, and a lot of that is just gate tickets, athletic fees, like all concessions in some cases, that all goes into this bucket. And I just realized that all those other, so our budget is overseen by Jason and Rachel. So that $550 million is all directed by the board, and then has a name to where all those dollars are to be spent. The PTOs and boosters all are directed by boards, and they tell those dollars where to be spent. The general athletics fund gets administered by the principal and their designee, the AD or whomever, and they can do with it what they want. but there's no oversight for where that money gets spent. It's spent in conjunction with some things. I'm sure different schools have different ways of communicating that, but it's the only fund that I can find that's not designated by a club or something where somebody else is dictating where that goes, and it's a lot of money. And so I'm just asking. I wanted to bring everybody's attention, and then hopefully. It's Jason's, ultimately Jason's decision, but I would love, it could be a policy thing, but I don't want it to be a policy thing. I'd love to just bring it to the attention, but I would love to see that solved, and just require some oversight. My proposal would be that the booster organization at each school would either serve as or appoint a committee to work with the principal and advise them, like not to have any discretion over it necessarily, but just to be another set of eyes to look at it, so that they have to create a budget and they have to share with what they do, and so there's just eyes on it is all, and it's more of a partnership, because to reflect the fact that it's ultimately their money. It's the parents' money that's going in here, and they need to have a little bit of voice in how it's spent. But
there are also site-based funds where principals have discretion, and we do see some oversight, and it's from the grade level directors and the executive directors. It might not be the oversight that you're envisioning. I think it's worth us having a detailed discussion to compare what we're doing with the discretion we give principals related to that. And some of it's parents' money, some of it's visitors' money, to your point about gate, that kind of thing. So I think it deserves a deeper discussion, in part to make sure that you guys have a grasp of exactly how that's managed, and have a discussion on, given that parameter, what's the next step.
Well, I guess to that, site-based funds are taxpayer dollars, and so
That's right.
these other funds are not,
That's
and
true.
so they need to have somebody who's not on the taxpayer payroll, who's more of a booster and a giver of these dollars that's running. Then I get that Lee and her team are providing oversight, but that's not exactly the oversight that I'm looking for. But so you can take it with what you will.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right. Anything else? Dan, you got anything else? All right. Thanks for the good discussion. We're adjourned.